the Marquis' health worsens by the day. I truly don't know how much longer he can hold on. I heard today is the day the two young masters select their marriage contracts. Mind your tongues when you speak. Select their marriage contracts? I'd say it's more like them becoming sons-in-law. Which family's young lady would look twice at those two idle wastrel young masters of ours? That's true. Young Master Jiang Yuan and young Master Jiang Xing do nothing but fool around every day. If they can marry into a family at all, that's already a blessing from heaven. The Great Zhou Dynasty. Xingjing City, Jiang Marquis Manor. Amidst the grating chatter within the courtyard, a tall figure of 7 chi, with heroic features, slowly opened his eyes. He was Jiang Yuan, the Marquis Manor's eldest son. He looked around at the antique furnishings of the room, and at the rusted ancestral sword leaning against the wall. Jiang Yuan realized had been reborn. Reborn back to the day when he and his younger brother, Jiang Xing, were to choose their marriage contracts. There were 2 contracts in all, both arranged by the Marquis in his youth as childhood betrothals. The bride in the first contract was Miss Lu Jing of the impoverished Lu clan. Lu Jing was a woman of great learning, versed in the 4 books and 5 classics, praised as a female scholar who could bring prosperity to those around her. Unfortunately, the Lu family had fallen into ruin. They had no silver, no fields to till. To marry Lu Jing was to resign oneself to a life of hardship. In contrast, the second contract's bride was none other than the peerless female general of Great Zhou, Su Muying. Su Muying was born into a military family. From the age of 14 she had taken up arms, and since then had never lost a battle, no matter how great or small. Now, at only 19, she was already honored as a guest of the imperial household, bearing the title Grand General who guards the nation. To marry Su Muying meant lifelong wealth and glory, even without lifting a finger. In his past life, Jiang Xing, selfish as ever, chose without hesitation the second contract to marry Su Muying. But fate had turned cruel. After their wedding, Su Muying perished unexpectedly in battle. The Su family believed Jiang Xing had brought calamity upon her, that he had cursed her to death. From then on, Jiang Xing was branded a jinx, hounded by the Su family, and stripped of all dignity. Once a lofty son-in-law to a great general, he became nothing more than a rat scorned in the streets. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan, who had married the poor scholar's daughter Lu Jing, rose steadily upon the path of the imperial examinations. From first place in the provincial exams, to sweeping the top honors in every subsequent round. From mere martial student to champion of the imperial exams. In less than a year, Jiang Yuan became a second-rank official of the court and was granted a new noble title, no longer bound to inherit the declining marquisate. The world said that Jiang Yuan, once a wastrel, had been transformed by his brilliant wife's guidance. But in truth, Lu Jing had little to do with it. Jiang Yuan had always been different, was a transmigrant. The advanced knowledge and modern learning in his mind were what had won the emperor's favor. That was the real reason he went from humble beginnings to rising into the emperor's hall in a single stride. Jiang Yuan, as the elder brother, you ought to yield to your younger brother, just as Kong Rong once did. Let your brother choose the marriage contract first. The Marquis, pale-faced and deathly weak, pointed to Jiang Yuan's younger brother, Jiang Xing. Jiang Yuan did not argue. He had never needed to cling to others to survive. With his talent and ability, he could forge his own path. In his past life he had already lived gloriously. This time, he intended to climb even higher. Jiang Xing, however, froze for a moment at their father's words. Then, as he glanced around the room, his shock gave way to delight. Looking at the 2 marriage contracts in their father's hands, the corners of Jiang Xing's lips curled upward. I want to marry Lu Jing. Jiang Xing snatched up the contract, leaping with excitement. At that moment the Marquis' expression darkened. And Jiang Yuan instantly realized his younger brother had been reborn as well. From childhood, Jiang Xing had been their father's favorite. No matter whom he married, he would not suffer. But for him to choose Lu Jing now clearly, he meant to steal the life Jiang Yuan had lived in the last lifetime, to seize his triumphs for himself. Still as selfish as ever. Jiang Yuan gave a faint, bitter smile. What? You. Have you thought this through? Lu Jing comes from a poor family, with no land to till and not a single tael of silver. The Marquis' pale face turned a deeper shade of ashen blue. Yes, I'll marry her. I believe she brings fortune to her husband and she won't die young. Jiang Xing declared, opening the contract, sneaking triumphant glances at Jiang Yuan. Alas. The Marquis could only sigh in disappointment at his son's resolve. Brother, the matchless General Su Muying is yours. Don't forget me once you're basking in riches and honor. Jiang Xing thrust the second contract into Jiang Yuan's hands, speaking with false cheer and hidden malice. General Su Muying commands 200,000 troops and has never lost a battle. She is truly a pillar of the realm. I thank you, brother, for your generosity. Jiang Yuan accepted the contract calmly, his face unreadable. He stayed composed precisely to conceal his rebirth, lest his selfish brother seek to sabotage him. In his past life, he had only risen to second rank and court a lingering regret. But if he had the backing of a great family, if he commanded 100,000 soldiers, why stop at Marquis or minister? Even the dragon throne itself might not be beyond reach. And Su Muying held 200,000 of her own loyal troops. The Su clan was the mightiest of old noble houses, with generations of service, honored by 3 emperors, and glory from countless victories. They were the most powerful family in the empire. To marry Su Muying in this life might be the chance to erase all past regrets. May you always remember to thank me, brother. Jiang Xing smirked darkly. Seeing Jiang Yuan accept the contract so readily, he assumed only he himself had been reborn. This time, he would take the life that should have been his. He would be Great Zhou's true champion in both civil and military realms, not his illegitimate, useless brother. Since you two have made up your minds, I won't object further, the Marquis said, waving his hand in weary disappointment. Tomorrow, both of you will bring your marriage contracts and betrothal gifts to propose in person. Jiang Yuan, as the elder, you're marrying the exalted General Su. The Su family will surely look down upon the meager estate of our Marquis Manor. You'll have to prepare your own betrothal gifts. Jiang Xing, you're the younger, marrying a poor girl from a humble family. Since her life will already be hard, we should show the magnanimity of our Marquis Manor. I shall give you 10,000 taels of silver for your betrothal gift. Thank you, father. Jiang Xing cast a triumphant glance at Jiang Yuan, smugness brimming in his eyes. In the past life, when he went to the Su family to propose, he had been humiliated for failing to draw a war bow, rejected at the very gates. It was only when the ailing Marquis himself came forward that the Su family reluctantly relented. Even then, Jiang Xing never met Su Muying in person, only receiving a letter she sent from the front lines, postponing the wedding. In a world where men ruled women, this was a slap across his face. From then on, Jiang Xing became the laughingstock of the noble wastrels. This time, he would not debase himself again before the Su family. Let his useless elder brother be the one mocked and ridiculed. Thank you, father. Jiang Yuan accepted calmly, as though he had long been used to such favoritism. In the past life, this 10,000 tael dowry had also gone to Jiang Xing, under the excuse that the Su family must not think poorly of the Marquis Manor. Such blind favoritism had already cut Jiang Yuan to the bone. Just then Jiang Xing's lips curled in a sinister smile. With malicious glee, he clapped Jiang Yuan on the shoulder and said, "Brother, tomorrow when you go to propose, steel yourself. The Su family's gates are not easily entered. If they shut you out and our Marquis Manor loses all face, don't blame me when I sever ties in the name of righteousness." Jiang Yuan said nothing, only let out a scornful laugh. How could the General's Manor, with all its propriety and decorum, ever shut its doors on me? It's the fallen house of Lu, a mere family of scholars, that might fail in courtesy. Besides, Lu Jing isn't the only child of the Lu family. Do you truly think that 10,000 taels of silver will be enough to fill the endless greed of the Lius? The talented young woman from a humble family, Lu Jing, was the eldest daughter of the Lu household. She also had 3 younger brothers, good-for-nothing wastrels, each and every one of them. The Lu family's decline was directly tied to these 3 useless sons. In his past life, in order to free himself from their constant pestering, Jiang Yuan not only wasted 3 years of his youth but also handed over to them, far too early, the method of refining fine salt that he had originally intended to present to the emperor. With that method, the Lu brothers received a reward of 300,000 taels of silver. Yet even so, they were never satisfied. After he placed first in the imperial examinations, those leeches even demanded that he buy them official titles. This eventually led to Jiang Yuan being impeached by the censorate, leaving his career capped at the rank of a second-grade official. Whoever married Lu Jing would inevitably be skinned alive by those 3 vampires. Jiang Yuan's younger brother, Jiang Xing, grew sullen at these words, his voice tinged with resentment. Propriety my ass. What do you know? That so-called peerless female general, Su Muying, is nothing but an arrogant cripple half-blind, half-deaf. Her father, Lord Su, is a vile man. Black-hearted and narrow-minded, scheming at every turn to make things difficult. Even the servants of the Su family are a pack of snobs, looking down on others at every chance. If you really go empty-handed, without a single tale of betrothal gift, you'll suffer nothing but humiliation at the Su estate. Presumptuous. Jiang Yuan swung his arm wide and slapped Jiang Xing hard across the face. The Su family has produced generals for 3 generations, their battlefield achievements countless. Without the Su family's protection, how would we enjoy our food and clothing in peace? Without them, how would Great Zhou have its stability? You have no right to insult the Su family. Jiang Xing clutched his swollen cheek, eyes wide in disbelief. His once weak and timid elder brother, when had he become so unyielding? Not even married to Su Muying yet, and already acting like a dog loyal to his master, Jiang Xing sneered, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Yuan, you disgrace the Jiang Marquis. Mark my words, I will become the dual champion of both the civil and military examinations. I will climb into the highest halls of power, one step from the throne itself. And you'll live and die chained to the Su family's curse. After leaving his bitter words, Jiang Xing stormed out of the courtyard without a backward glance. But no sooner had he left than a round of heavy applause rang out. Everyone says young Master Jiang Yuan is a frivolous fop. Yet today I see he knows the greater good and understands propriety. This old man is full of admiration. Jiang Yuan turned his head. The speaker was an elder clad in plain armor, his bearing extraordinary. At his waist hung the golden-framed jade token of the general's manor, gleaming brilliantly. Behind him stood more than a dozen of the general's personal guards, along with over 10 chests embroidered with red peonies' brides' dowries. In that instant, Jiang Yuan understood. The man was none other than the steward of the general's manor. Sir, your presence honors my humble home. Forgive me for failing to greet you sooner. Jiang Yuan cupped his hands respectfully. No need for formality, son-in-law. These are the young lady's dowries. Please, accept them with joy, the steward said with his usual smile. A bride's dowries are normally delivered on the wedding day. Why bring them so early? Jiang Yuan asked, feigning confusion. The steward replied sincerely, it's like this, son-in-law. The situation at the front lines is urgent. The young lady may not be able to return home tomorrow. Moreover, our manor has its own traditions regarding proposals. Fearing you might feel slighted, the Lord sent me ahead with the dowries, so that your heart would not grow cold. Father-in-law is most thoughtful. Please convey my respects to him, Jiang Yuan said calmly, bowing again. Then I shall take my leave. The steward saluted politely, then departed with the guards and the long procession of dowries. Not far away, Jiang Xing, who had not gone far, caught sight of this. His eyes burned with jealousy, his heart twisted with bitterness. Peering through the crack of the courtyard gate, he muttered through gritted teeth, Heh. Pathetic lapdog. Let's see how long you can stay smug. Tomorrow, when you go to propose, you'll be sent away in disgrace by that monstrous old fox of a father-in-law. Just you wait. The next day. At dawn. Jiang Yuan rose from his desk and pulled out the stack of rice paper he had been pressing beneath him. Each sheet was densely covered in neat small script. They contained nothing but military strategies concepts like feeding war with war, wolf pack tactics, scorched earth strategy, and more. In fact, Jiang Yuan had reproduced nearly all the art of war he had learned in his previous life on Blue Star. These strategies represented the pinnacle of that age. Just one of them, if revealed, would shake the great Zhou dynasty, perhaps even upend the entire era. He carefully folded each sheet of paper into a neat square, then placed them into an old sheepskin scroll case. 1 month from now, Su Muing will fall in battle at the front, and the Su family will decline overnight, Jiang Yuan murmured as he tied the case shut with a red ribbon. But since I've been given a second chance at life, I will not allow such a tragedy to repeat itself. These strategies, born 1,000 years in the future, are all classics. Su Muing is a brilliant strategist. If she reads them, she is certain to gain insights that will help her turn danger into safety. And if even with these she cannot, then she can only resign herself to fate. After all, I have no need to cling to a hollow branch. A firm light flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes. Taking the scroll that would serve as his betrothal gift, he pushed open the door, ready to set off for the general's manor. Just then his brother Jiang Xing also emerged, leading more than 10 servants and hauling along 10,000 taels of silver plus half of the Marquis's jewels. Catching sight of the sheepskin scroll in Jiang Yuan's hands, Jiang Xing burst into mocking laughter. That's your betrothal gift to the Sus? That old sheepskin scroll is probably older than you. With a shabby, worthless thing like that, forget the Su family, even the Lu family wouldn't let you through their gates. Regardless of wealth or poverty, this is my heartfelt sincerity, Jiang Yuan replied calmly, unwilling to stoop to argue. Sincerity? How much is that worth? Jiang Xing's sneer deepened. The Su family is a great clan of honor and prestige. And you bring them nothing but a rotten scroll, calling it sincerity? Aren't you just smearing filth on the face of the Jiang Marquis? How will outsiders laugh at us in the future? If you kneel right now and beg, perhaps I'll show some mercy and lend you a few taels of silver to buy yourself a shred of dignity. Best keep your few taels of silver for your coffin fund. Jiang Yuan gave a faint, confident smile, brushing past him without pause. With Jiang Xing's lazy, greedy temperament, he would never be able to support Lu Jiying. As for satisfying the bottomless greed of her 3 parasitic brothers, pure delusion. 10,000 taels as a betrothal gift? Nothing but a flash in the pan. Bastard born is bastard born. Jiang Xing, failing to humiliate him, shook his sleeve in frustration and stormed off. Dreaming your foolish dreams, blind to reality. Just wait until you're cast out by the Sus, you'll see who's laughing then. As soon as the words fell, his younger brother Jiang Xing darted forward, stepping out of the Marquis' residence ahead of Jiang Yuan. Before leaving, Jiang Xing even deliberately made a provocative face, rolling his eyes at Jiang Yuan. But Jiang Yuan didn't care in the slightest. In his eyes Jiang Xing was only rushing to his death. He, Jiang Yuan, had lived 3 lifetimes with boundless merits. He couldn't be bothered to block the path of a short-lived ghost. Young master, we should set off as well. Beside him, the maid rower, who had been glaring at Jiang Xing the entire time, puffed her cheeks in anger and tugged at Jiang Yuan's sleeve. Looking at the petite maid who barely reached his shoulder, Jiang Yuan's eyes grew sore. This maid rower had been picked up from the snow by his late mother. For all these years, Rower had been treated as a daughter by his mother. Though she did the work of a servant, her food, clothing, and daily needs were no different from Jiang Yuan's. The two were like brother and sister, the only solace they had in the Marquis' household. In his previous life, Rower had accompanied him when he married Lu Jiying. She had endured endless humiliation from the Lu family, suffering countless hardships. That so-called talented girl from a poor family, Lu Jiying, was a beast in human skin. Out of jealousy that Rower was close to him, Lu Jiying deliberately sent Rower to stand guard outside in the dead of winter, intending to freeze her to death. Rower, though poor, was unbending in spirit. She refused to bow her head to that venomous woman. With no money for winter clothes, she had no choice but to wear the red bridal gown his mother had once gifted her. Alone, she stood in the heavy snow all through the night. By the time Jiang Yuan returned from court the next day, Rower had already frozen into an ice sculpture, with only a stubborn sleeve of crimson still fluttering in the wind like a broken rose planted in a field of silver, chilling to behold. That day, Jiang Yuan cradled the frozen Rower, weeping without tears. Even at death, Rower's gaze was fixed on the road of his return. He never knew how many times Rower had called out for him that night. He only knew she had been his one and only family in this world. And all of it was because of that venomous woman Lu Jiying. Rower, don't mind him. Not worth getting angry over a stupid pig. Jiang Yuan patted Rower's head. That familiar touch made his eyes prickle red. Young master is right. Once you marry General Su's daughter, let's see how he dares to brag then. Rower said bluntly, hands on her hips, brushing away the gloom. Let's go. The general's manor is still several li away. Don't worry. If young master gets tired, Rower will carry you. Rower grinned, revealing two little tiger teeth, shaking her small frame of barely 1.5 meters tall. Jiang Yuan said nothing, only tightened his grip on the sheepskin scroll in his hand and strode forward. Half an hour later. Before the gates of the general's residence. The doors were wide open, with no guards stationed outside. Only Steward Zhou, the same one from the other day, stood there with a dozen attendants lined on both sides. Young Master Jiang Yuan, here to propose marriage. Forgive us for not greeting you from afar. Steward Zhou clasped his hands, a look of appreciation on his face. Jiang Yuan halted outside the threshold, returning the salute from a distance. Sir flatters me. I, Jiang Yuan, have not a field to my name, not a coin to my purse. Coming here alone to propose marriage is truly climbing far above my station. Steward Zhou smiled in satisfaction. Since confirming that Jiang Yuan was to be the future son-in-law, he had already investigated Jiang Yuan's background thoroughly. Born of a concubine, mother long deceased. His status in the Marquis' household was at best only slightly above that of servants. Though the world called him a wastrel, that was likely just a survival tactic within the Marquis' residence. Such forbearance, humility, and upright conduct in a son-in-law could hardly find better, even with a lantern. As for betrothal gifts, their Su family wielded power second only to the throne. They hardly lacked Jiang Yuan's meager offerings. Young Master Jiang, do not belittle yourself. Steward Zhou swept his sleeves and gestured toward a tea table in the courtyard. Your righteous words yesterday in the manor, this old servant has reported to the master. The master was so pleased that he replaced the usual archery trial with a simple tea tasting. On that table are 2 cups of tea. If you can identify just one correctly, the master will acknowledge you as his son-in-law. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan paused slightly, then bowed deeply toward Steward Zhou. Many thanks, sir, for your kind words. Then this junior shall respectfully comply. With that, Jiang Yuan strode toward the tea table in the courtyard. Seated opposite the table was an old man with white eyebrows. His face was lined with deep furrows, yet his eyes still shone with power like a withered overlord, still capable of waging war. This junior, Jiang Yuan, pays respects to General Su Xian. Jiang Yuan clasped his hands, his gaze filled with reverence. Su Xinhe's future father-in-law, also a 2-dynasty elder of Great Zhou, a general who defended the realm. He had expanded borders, subdued barbarian tribes, rendering unparalleled service to the empire. To call him the greatest general in history would not be exaggeration. Even the emperor on the throne today had to respectfully call him uncle when they met. 7 feet tall, upright in bearing, a righteous character. General Su Xian tapped his finger lightly, motioning Jiang Yuan to sit. You resemble me somewhat when I was young. Only, when I was your age, I was already a grand general of the army. This junior's talent is shallow, naturally I cannot compare to you, sir. Su Xian stroked his white brows, pushing the 2 cups of tea toward Jiang Yuan. But instead of reaching for them, Jiang Yuan drew from his breast a sheepskin scroll bound with a red ribbon. He respectfully presented it with both hands before Su Xian. "General Su, this is my betrothal gift. I beg you to accept it with a smile." "A betrothal gift?" Su Xian narrowed his white brows, taking the scroll with curiosity. "This is the first time I've seen someone offer an old scroll as a betrothal gift. Don't tell me it's some treasure map left by exiled princes of a fallen dynasty?" General Su jests. Jiang Yuan untied the red ribbon, his tone firming. This junior heard that Lady Su Muying is locked in bitter battle at the front lines, and feared she might not return in time for the wedding, giving villains reason to sneer. "So I spent the night compiling the military strategies I've comprehended over the past 10 years into this scroll, hoping it might help Lady Su escape her plight, and return triumphant for our marriage." Military strategy? Self-devised strategy? Su Xian's eyes flickered with surprise, examining Jiang Yuan anew. Steward Su broke out in a cold sweat, his face showing alarm. He knew General Su Xian was a living god of war. Even the crisis Lady Su Muying faced at the front lines was beyond even Su Xian's ability to resolve. Yet this as-yet unwed son-in-law dared to speak so brashly. Flaunting empty words. Such frivolity was plain as day. This alone would be enough to make Su Xian scorn him. "Young Master Jiang, please don't jest. Matters of war cannot be spoken of lightly." Steward Su hurried behind Jiang Yuan, deliberately raising his voice in warning. But Jiang Yuan showed no sign of restraint. Instead, he bowed with utmost sincerity. "Even so, this junior still wishes to lend Lady Su a hand." Su Xian's white brows arched sharply. Seeing Jiang Yuan's obstinacy, he spread the scroll open, intending to skim a few lines, find a flaw, and cast this presumptuous youth out. Steward Su let out a long, regretful sigh. He thought what followed would surely be a storm of rebuke. Yet against all expectation, General Su Xian stared at the scroll for a long time. His eyes shifted from disdain to blazing sharpness. His expression lit with vigor, as though he had found a priceless treasure. After only a few lines, the mighty general seized Jiang Yuan's hand, his eyes shining with fervor, to turn the enemy's might against them, to use war itself to sustain war. This single stratagem surpasses 9/10 of Great Zhou's entire canon of military thought. Even at my peak, I fear I would fall short of such insight. Jiang Yuan, speak honestly, are these strategies truly of your own comprehension? Without borrowing from another? The younger generation dares not boast idly. These military strategies are indeed my own insights. Jiang Yuan's expression remained calm as he clasped his hands in salute, as though he had already anticipated General Su's reaction. "Marvelous, marvelous, marvelous." General Su gripped Jiang Yuan's hand tightly, admiration written all over his face. To have such heaven-defying attainments in military strategy. Even his younger self could not compare. Even if Jiang Yuan never married into the general's household, he was bound to accomplish great things in this lifetime. This was a heaven-sent son-in-law, truly a dragon among men. Without delay, he continued to study the military tactics recorded on the scroll. Substitution tactics. Pack of wolves tactics. Proxy tactics. On that shabby sheepskin scroll were recorded a dozen or so different strategies. Some were brimming with hidden subtleties, exquisitely ingenious enough to crush every existing strategy of Great Zhou in their category. Some were fully fleshed out and conditions-ripe strategies that could even be promulgated directly as national policy. To General Su's eyes now, this scroll no longer contained mere strategies. It contained the next 50 years of Great Zhou's soaring destiny. "Son-in-law, has anyone else seen the contents of this scroll?" General Su hurriedly rolled it up, afraid even half a word might leak. "This scroll was compiled overnight. So far, only you, General Su, have read it. In fact, I have many other half-formed strategies I didn't dare put to paper yet, lest I make a fool of myself before you," Jiang Yuan replied evenly. But this seemingly mild statement struck Su Xian's ears like a thunderclap. There were more strategies? The contents of this scroll were not everything? Just how much brilliance was stored inside Jiang Yuan's mind? As a veteran who had campaigned for decades and served 2 emperors, Zhou Xian could say with absolute confidence, relying on his razor-sharp political instincts, that whoever secured Jiang Yuan would at the very least become a marquis and minister. If fully utilized. Perhaps even ascend the throne. Jiang Yuan, this scroll bears great weight. Are you certain you wish to present it as betrothal gift? General Zhou drew a deep breath, pushing the scroll back toward Jiang Yuan. General Zhou, we are familiar, there's no need for such distinctions. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Yuan pushed the scroll back again. I wrote this precisely to aid Lady Zhou. A fine son-in-law indeed. Zhou Xian's white brows relaxed as he downed 2 cups of tea in succession. Then, he promptly tucked the shabby sheepskin scroll into his robe. General Zhou, what is this? Jiang Yuan feigned puzzlement. No need for formality, those 2 cups were just to quench my thirst. Zhou Xian smiled knowingly, then waved toward the house steward, who stood dumbstruck. Copy only the first 2 lines of this scroll. Send it post-haste, 800 li a day, to Muying's military camp. Only the first 2 lines, no more. You must copy it yourself. No one else may open it. And tell Muying to finish the battle quickly so he can hurry home and marry. The steward, still astonished, accepted the scroll and bowed. Just how rare must these strategies be, to make his proud master act like this? Not even his own daughter, Su Muying, could earn such treatment. Clearly, Jiang Yuan was no ordinary man. Before leaving, the steward even bowed respectfully to Jiang Yuan. As the general's house steward, he understood starting today, Jiang Yuan was the Su family's dragon among men. He represented the Su clan itself. We have only this one daughter, Su Muying. You must not let her suffer. General Su patted Jiang Yuan's shoulder, eyes filled with mixed emotions. A son-in-law is half a son. Jiang Yuan immediately rose to pledge loyalty. Even if I suffer myself, I would never let Muying be wronged. Please rest assured, father-in-law. Hold it there. The old general half jested, you haven't married her yet. I'm not your father-in-law. Then I've been presumptuous, father-in-law, Jiang Yuan teased deliberately. Just then, the steward returned, respectful. Master, I have copied the first 2 lines as instructed and sent them off. Then that's enough for today. General Su rose slowly, then pointed at Jiang Yuan, who had risen as well. Take our son-in-law to the front courtyard to select some fine silks, make him a few sets of clothes. Also, add 200,000 taels of silver to the dowry. But make it clear to the Jiang Marquis household these 200,000 taels belong solely to our son-in-law. If anyone else dares touch even a single coin, this old man will personally come to settle the matter. Yes, master. The steward bowed, smiling broadly. While copying earlier, he had glimpsed just 2 lines. But they were enough to confirm the future son-in-law was a genius unseen in 100 years. Jiang Yuan's arrival would bring endless prosperity to the Su family. And since he himself had spoken up in Jiang Yuan's favor yesterday, he too would reap lasting rewards. Already, he could envision future generations basking in the family's fortune. Son-in-law, please follow me, the steward said reverently. Thank you, steward. Jiang Yuan nodded, then suddenly added, but may I ask for fewer clothes to be made for myself, and instead have one garment tailored for my adopted sister? She is like a true sibling to me, hope you will allow it. The steward froze, then slapped his chest heartily, such loyalty and affection. I am ashamed by comparison. Today, you and your sister may choose as you like any fabric in the house. I'll have the servants make it, and I will personally deliver it to your residence. Much obliged. Jiang Yuan smiled gently, ruffling Jiang Roer's hair. Several hours later, their measurements were taken. All that remained was to await the new garment's delivery to the Marquis household. Thank you for today, steward. Jiang Yuan bowed politely as he left the general's mansion. You're too polite. But where is your carriage? The steward glanced at the empty street, confused. To tell the truth. Jiang Yuan smiled awkwardly, the Marquis household had no spare carriage. I came on foot. What? The steward's face darkened with anger. Outrageous. Then please, son-in-law, if you don't mind, return together with the dowry convoy. His eyes softened with sympathy. Splendid. Thank you, steward. Jiang Yuan answered. Under the steward's lead, he mounted one of the carriages. Over a dozen carriages formed a long procession. The Zhou family's golden banners shimmered brilliantly beneath the setting sun. Passers-by all stopped and bowed, full of reverence. Meanwhile, in front of the Jiang Marquis gate, younger brother Jiang Xing lounged on the threshold, a mocking grin on his face. He kept peering into the distance, as though waiting to see Jiang Yuan humiliated. It's been ages. Has Jiang Yuan no face left to return? Did he run away with that little bastard Jiang Rower? Jiang Xing sneered. But the next moment over a dozen carriages from the general's household rolled mightily into view. Golden banners of the Zhou clan cast shimmering reflections upon the stone walls. And the very Jiang Yuan whom Jiang Xing had mocked day and night now sat proudly atop the lead carriage, with Rower beside him, basking in the reverent bows of the people. As they neared the Marquis gate, Zhou family retainers under strict orders called out in loud voices, "Make way for the general's convoy. Strangers keep clear." By order of General Swan, additional dowry of 200,000 taels of silver is bestowed, all under the sole command of son-in-law Jiang Yuan. Any outsider who covets a death shall be the price. A torn old sheepskin scroll. Actually exchanged for 200,000 taels of silver? At the gates of the Marquis Zhang's residence, Jiang Xing's mouth gaped wide enough to swallow a goose egg. He rubbed his eyes hard, as if a mountain of silver had suddenly appeared before him. Jiang Yuan, how on earth did you pull this off? Jiang Xing rushed forward in a single stride, arrogantly blocking Jiang Yuan's path to interrogate him. Jiang Yuan smiled faintly, his tone carrying admiration as he looked in the direction of the Zhou residence. As the saying goes, a light gift carries deep affection. I imagine General Zhou must have felt my sincerity, and so he bestowed me with a small token. A small token? Jiang Xing's mouth twitched violently. This was 200,000 taels of silver. Even if the entire Marquis Zhang's estate were sold off, it probably wouldn't fetch that much. What kind of sorcery was this? Compared to the treatment he'd received in his previous life, the difference was like heaven and earth. And then he recalled visiting the Liu family. Those three vampire-like younger brothers only wanted silver, never once treating him as family. The more Jiang Xing thought about it, the more suffocated he felt. The rumbling of over a dozen carriages quickly drew attention inside the Marquis' residence. Servants gathered at the gates, sneaking glances at the wagons piled high with silver, greed and envy flashing in their eyes. Heavens, did you hear? That's 200,000 taels of silver. Young Master Jiang Yuan truly has luck on his side, to win General Zhou's favor. Yes, with that much silver, one could live in luxury for generations. Young Master Jiang Yuan is finally rising to prominence. The servants whispered amongst themselves, inevitably comparing the two young masters. Did you hear? When young Master Jiang Xing went to the Liu family, the 10,000 taels he brought were instantly split up by those three Liu brothers. I heard those three aren't easy to deal with. Honestly, what was young Master Jiang Xing thinking? Bah, he probably thought a poor family could still produce a noble son-in-law. He should have realized, the Jiang Marquis can barely support itself these days. How could it possibly prop up a poor clan? Shoo, lower your voice. If young Master Jiang Xing hears, you'll be flogged for sure. Still, judging by his expression, I'd wager his guts must be turning green with regret. Just as the gossip was reaching a peak, a sharp and cutting voice rang out, "Silence! The Marquis approaches." The steward Jiang Fu seemed to appear out of nowhere, barking out the order. The crowd instantly fell quiet, bowing respectfully as they shrank to the sides. Supported by attendants, the Marquis of Jiang slowly emerged. His face was ashen, sickly, his steps unsteady, Every so often he broke into a harsh coughing fit. But when his gaze fell on the long line of wagons laden with silver, he froze. What in blazes? Did Jiang Yuan rob the general's mansion? But he quickly dismissed the absurd thought. What nonsense, guarding at the general's mansion was stricter than the imperial palace itself. How could a concubine's son like Jiang Yuan possibly have that ability? With a maid's help, the Marquis came to stand before Jiang Yuan, asking, "Yuaner, where did all this silver come from? Are you certain it was truly given by the Zhou family?" "Yes, father. General Zhou is a fine man, magnanimous and kind. Today, he even presented me with 200,000 taels of silver as part of the betrothal gifts." Jiang Yuan spoke lightly, as though it were a trivial matter. But when the Marquis heard this, his mouth twitched uncontrollably. That butcher surnamed Zhou. How could the words magnanimous and kind possibly be applied to him? And 200,000 taels, since when did such a staggering fortune sound so inconsequential? The Marquis had basked in glory half his life, yet he'd never once received such a lavish gift. But his son here was acting like it was nothing. The Marquis took a deep breath, tamping down the swell of emotions in his chest. Forcing a smile, he said, "Very well. That puts your father's mind at ease." After speaking, he noticed Jiang Xing standing by the gate. This son was the apple of his eye, dreaded the thought of him suffering even the smallest slight. So he quickly asked, "Xinger, did your proposal today go smoothly?" The moment Jiang Xing heard his father bring up that sore subject, he felt like spitting blood. But with both the household servants and Zhou family attendants watching, how could he admit defeat so easily? He could only puff up his chest, feigning ease. Though the Lu family is of humble origins, Jiang is well-read, gentle, and virtuous, truly a worthy match. I believe she will be a fine helpmate in the years to come. The Marquis stroked his sparse beard and nodded in satisfaction, his eyes full of approval. Money is but worldly dust, fleeting as the wind. You mustn't cling too tightly. To find a soulmate, someone to stand by you through thick and thin, that is life's true blessing. Xinger, your fortune is so profound that even your father envies you. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan sneered inwardly. Who could know better than he what kind of person Lu Jiang really was? If that was called a blessing, then he could only wish this cheap younger brother boundless blessings indeed. Outwardly, however, he showed nothing, instead offering a polite bow. "Congratulations, dear brother, on finding your destined one. Truly, it is one of life's greatest joys." The forced smile on Jiang Xing's face faltered. He knew Jiang Yuan was mocking him, but he had no proof. "Fine, Jiang Yuan, you've got guts." Jiang Xing swore silently to himself, he would make this bastard pay. As he brooded over his schemes, a sudden thought flashed through his mind like lightning. The Zhou family valued face above all else. And the most prestigious establishment in the capital, Tianxiang Pavilion, was the #1 choice of nobles and officials for hosting banquets. If he reserved it in advance, wouldn't Jiang Yuan have nowhere to hold his engagement feast? With General Zhu's prideful nature, he'd surely fly into a rage. He might even break off the engagement altogether. And then, wouldn't all this so-called dowry silver have to be returned, not a single tael missing? By then, Jiang Yuan would be left with nothing, not even farting rights. A cruel grin spread across Jiang Xing's lips. He could already envision Jiang Yuan reduced to a stray dog, stripped of everything. This time, he would ensure Jiang Yuan's engagement feast had no venue and that he became a complete laughingstock. With that thought, Jiang Xing straightened, eyes flashing with arrogance. He stepped forward and blocked Jiang Yuan's path, declaring proudly, "Jiang Yuan, don't get carried away. Father just said it himself, silver is only worldly dust. Besides, all this is just the bride's dowry. It's not even truly yours. And with the wedding day so near, I hear the war at the front grows dire. Tell me, if Su Muying fails to return alive, will you end up marrying silver instead?" Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yuan merely glanced at him, calm and scornful. Brother need not worry himself. Su Muying has fought for years, never once tasting defeat. Rather, it's you who should be worrying. About how to get along with your 3 little brothers-in-law. At the moment, he really had no mood to pay attention to Jiang Xing's provocations, so he simply walked straight back to his own courtyard. Earlier, he had delivered the military manual to General Su's residence as betrothal gifts. But up until now, there had been no news in return. Jiang Yuan felt a bit uncertain. He was wondering, would Su Muying receive the military manual in time? Should he personally go and look for Su Muying? After all, in his past life's memory, Su Muying had been forced to postpone the wedding due to a stalemate at the front. This time, Jiang Yuan hoped that Su Muying could return on schedule. That was why he could not be bothered to respond to Jiang Xing's provocation. But Jiang Xing mistook his silence for cowardice, and immediately grew more spirited. He strode forward, blocking Jiang Yuan's path, and spoke arrogantly, "Jiang Yuan, I'm telling you, don't be too pleased with yourself too soon. A man ought to know his own place. You're nothing but a bastard son. In Su family's eyes, you're just a toad, someone they'll never look up to." The more he spoke, the more triumphant Jiang Xing became, as if he could already see Jiang Yuan being abandoned by the Su family in disgrace. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Jiang Yuan's younger sister, Jiang Roer, who was standing behind him. Today, Jiang Roer looked especially pretty. Wearing a new dress, she looked even more like a delicate beauty, pleasing to the eye. A trace of greed flickered in Jiang Xing's eyes. He suddenly let out a sly laugh and said, "Forget it, saying all this to you is like playing the lute to a cow completely wasted. But Su Muying is so strong-willed, she surely won't let Jiang Roer stay with you. Why don't you give her to me as a bed-warming maid? At least that would be making use of some worthless goods." As soon as he finished, he actually reached out, trying to grab Jiang Roer. Startled, Jiang Roer quickly shrank into Jiang Yuan's arms, clutching tightly at the corner of his robe. "Jiang Xing, what are you doing?" Jiang Yuan shoved Jiang Xing back, shielding Jiang Roer behind him, and coldly warned, "She is my sworn sister, you'd better not try anything reckless." "Sworn sister?" Jiang Xing sneered disdainfully. "A stray of dubious origin also deserves to be called a young lady of Jiang Marquis Manor? I'm telling you, Jiang Yuan, in this Jiang Marquis Manor, what I say goes. Hand her over obediently. Or don't blame me for ignoring brotherly ties." As he spoke, he even tried to step forward again to seize her. "Xinger, don't be insolent." At last, the Marquis of Jiang, who had been silent until now, spoke up. He coughed heavily twice before saying slowly, "Yuaner, she's just a servant girl. Hand her over to Xinger. Now that you're half a member of the Su family, what kind of maid can't you find? Why ruin brotherly harmony over some stray of unknown origin?" Jiang Yuan let out a cold laugh, had finally seen through the shamelessness of this father and son. He pointed to Jiang Roer's clothes and asked icily, "Jiang Xing, do you even know who gave her this dress?" Jiang Xing froze. Only now did he notice that the fabric Jiang Roer wore was extremely fine, the craftsmanship exquisite, clearly no ordinary garment. When had this bastard ever had spare money? How could he afford such expensive clothing? Could it be that he had stolen silver from the manor? Suspicion rose in Jiang Xing's mind, but his mouth was still sharp. Just a dress, what's so special about it? I bet this little wretch stole money from the estate and secretly bought it herself. Servants, seize this thieving slut and send her to the authorities. At his command, several guards immediately stepped forward, ready to grab Jiang Roer. I'd like to see who dares. Jiang Yuan roared, his voice booming like thunder. His eyes swept coldly over the guards as he declared, this dress was made for her by the Su general's household. Who among you dares lay a hand on her? Just try it. What did you say? Jiang Xing's teeth gnashed with rage. But he really didn't dare act rashly. He knew all too well the power of the Su family. Forget about him being just a mere bastard son of a marquis. Even imperial princes wouldn't easily risk offending the Su family. Good, Jiang Yuan, so you're actually using the Su family to suppress me. Jiang Xing trembled with fury, yet was powerless to do anything. If you've got the guts, go cause trouble at the Su residence, do you dare? Roer, we're leaving. Jiang Yuan ignored the pair of father and son, pulled Jiang Rower by the hand, and returned to his own courtyard. Time passed swiftly, and night faded into morning. Jiang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling refreshed and clear-headed. After dressing, he pushed open his door to see Jiang Rower already busy in the courtyard. "Brother. You're finally awake." Jiang Rower smiled sweetly. Just as she was about to continue chatting, they saw the servants of the Jiang Marquis Manor hurrying over. "Eldest young master, people from the Zhou residence have arrived. They've brought a carriage, saying they've come to deliver something." "Deliver something?" Jiang Yuan's heart stirred. Could it be that there was news from Su Muying? He quickly turned to Jiang Rower. "Rower, go back to your room and wait. I'll go take a look." "All right." Jiang Rower obediently nodded and returned inside. Jiang Yuan straightened his clothes and strode toward the reception hall. As soon as he entered, he saw Su family servants already waiting. When they saw him, they immediately bowed. "Son-in-law, by order of our master, we have come to deliver your wedding garments." Before their words even finished, two Su servants stepped forward, carrying in a redwood chest. Inside lay a set of crimson wedding robes embroidered with gold and silver thread, magnificently crafted, dazzlingly regal. "Please convey my respects to my father-in-law. By the way, your young lady, she..." Jiang Yuan clasped his hands, about to ask further, when suddenly a sharp, mocking voice rang out from outside. Well, brother, you're really moving up in the world. So, are you planning to marry Silver, or perhaps to marry New Clothes instead? This marriage of yours truly the first of its kind in history. I must admit, I'm impressed." "Jiang Xing? What are you doing here?" Jiang Yuan frowned. His younger brother was like a leech, endlessly irritating. Jiang Xing swaggered into the reception hall, glanced disdainfully at the wedding robes, and sneered, "Jiang Yuan, have you forgotten where you are? This is the Jiang Marquis Manor, not the general's residence. In my view, Su Muying isn't coming back at all. That's why they only gave you these rags." "Who said the young lady isn't coming back?" A deep, booming voice suddenly rang from the doorway. Su steward strode in with commanding presence, his eyes flashing with anger as he glared at Jiang Xing. His young lady's marriage, how could a frivolous wastrel dare speak so rudely of it? Were it not for the fact that this brat was the groom's blood brother, and that the two families were bound by marriage, he would have already ordered his men to toss him into the river to feed the fish. "Old servant pays respects to the son-in-law." The steward stepped forward and bowed to Jiang Yuan, then solemnly declared, "News has just arrived at our household. The young lady has won a great victory at the front. I am here to bring word of her triumph to the son-in-law." "What? How is that possible?" Jiang Xing's expression changed drastically, his pupils trembling violently, disbelief written all over his face. How could Su Muying have returned triumphant so early? According to the memories of his previous life, the war at the front lines was deadlocked, and Su Muying had been forced to postpone the wedding. So how come in this life, she returned victorious ahead of time? Could it be that this young master remembered wrong? Jiang Xing thought so, but then shook his head firmly. Impossible. How could this young master misremember something like that? Back then, because that wretched Su Muying delayed the marriage, this young master had been mocked by all his drinking companions, ridiculed and humiliated. That kind of thing, he could never have misremembered. Unless, after being reborn, the trajectory of everything has begun to change? No, that can't be right. This young master hadn't interfered with anything at the front lines. By all logic, Su Muying shouldn't have been able to win so early. As he frowned in deep thought, a bold idea suddenly surfaced in Jiang Xing's mind. Could it be possible that Jiang Yuan had also been reborn? After all, if this young master could reincarnate, then the other party could as well. But while Jiang Xing was still mulling over this, the stern voice of the Su family's steward rang in his ears. "Second young master Jiang, what do you mean by this? Do you not wish for our young lady to return victorious?" His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a natural disdain. Jiang Xing frowned slightly, a trace of venom flashing in his eyes. Damn it, even a mere house steward dares to show such insolence before this young master? Do you really think I'm made of clay? Jiang Xing's face darkened, and he wanted to snap back. But remembering the other party's capabilities, his heart faltered. Forget it, never mind. The Su family won't be jumping around for long anyway. When the time comes, this young master will deal with you then. Standing nearby, Jiang Yuan silently observed Jiang Xing's every reaction. It was plain to see this so-called younger brother of his was up to no good again. He was probably still counting on Su Muing delaying the engagement. Fool. Jiang Yuan sneered inwardly, but outwardly, he put on an affectionate, admonishing look. Brother, that's not right of you. Miss Su is your future sister-in-law, and she is also Great Zhou's general who guards the nation. To doubt her is to doubt His Majesty's judgment, is it not? If His Majesty were to hear of this, I fear he might look upon you with disfavor. Hearing this, Jiang Xing's heart instantly sank. He glared fiercely at Jiang Yuan, wishing he could land a punch on that smug face. But forced to respond, he could only explain, "You've misunderstood, this young master was merely surprised, that's all. Nothing more." Though he said that, Jiang Xing felt as if he had swallowed a fly, utterly disgusted. This bastard of a concubine-born son was now daring to threaten him in roundabout ways? If you don't say anything, how would His Majesty ever find out? But right now, the other side had the upper hand in righteousness. If he argued back, it would only make things worse. As the saying goes, a wise man avoids standing under a crumbling wall. Best to let it go for now. Anyway, he had already laid his plans. It wouldn't be long before Jiang Yuan lost all face in front of the capital's nobility. Suppressing his thoughts, Jiang Xing's lips curled into a faint, disdainful smile. He had come here today early in the morning just to watch a good show. Who would have thought Su Muing had actually returned in triumph? But even so, it wasn't a big deal. His man had already reported that Tianxiang Pavilion had been fully reserved. When the time came, if they had nowhere to hold the engagement banquet, he'd love to see how they handled it. Would old General Su forgive such disgrace? Dream on. As Jiang Xing indulged in this pleasant thought, the Su family steward spoke again in a serious tone. By the way, young master, there is another matter I was instructed by the master to inform you of in advance. As for the engagement banquet, you need not trouble yourself over choosing a venue. His Majesty's health has recently been poor, and he is still recuperating. For this reason, the banquet to welcome back our young lady will be arranged by the Empress herself. It will be held 3 days from now. The master has said that since Her Majesty and our young lady have always been close, the plan is to combine the welcoming banquet and the engagement banquet. At that time, young master, please be sure to attend. These words had barely left his mouth when Jiang Xing completely lost Idavan before Jiang Yuan reacted. Why? Why was it that he, a mere concubine-born son, got to hold his engagement banquet in the imperial palace? Then what about me? As the legitimate heir of the Marquis household, why was I not given such treatment? Why should Jiang Yuan receive His Majesty's favor? How was I, Jiang Xing, inferior to him in any way? Jiang Xing ground his teeth in fury, practically wanting to tear Jiang Yuan apart. That wretched bastard, how could his luck be this good? Wait a second. Didn't that mean he didn't need Tianxiang Pavilion anymore? The realization nearly made Jiang Xing spit blood. Tianxiang Pavilion was the most renowned establishment in the capital. Reserving the whole place was outrageously expensive. Even for just 1 day, it cost 5,000 taels of silver. The deposit alone was 20%, that's 1,000 taels. And the worst part, that had paid it out of his own pocket. But now they weren't even going to hold the banquet there. Did that mean that 1,000 taels was completely wasted? As for applying it to his own wedding banquet, Jiang Xing immediately rejected the idea. The Lu family didn't deserve such extravagance. No, he had to get that deposit back right away. With this thought, Jiang Xing didn't even bother with further conversation. He turned on his heel and rushed out. Jiang Yuan blinked, slightly puzzled, but soon put it aside. What mattered more was the steward's message. The engagement banquet would be held inside the imperial harem? He felt uneasy at the thought. After all, the inner palace was the domain of women. For him to enter as a man might not be proper. He hesitated, his expression showing embarrassment. Steward Su, wouldn't that be inappropriate? The inner palace is filled with ladies. For me to intrude so casually, it would seem rather improper. And besides. Seeing that he still wanted to refuse, Steward Su shook his head slightly, his tone turning firm. Young master, I fear this matter allows no room for negotiation. Although His Majesty is gravely ill, he still keeps your engagement foremost in his mind. As for this banquet. The steward lowered his voice, not finishing the sentence. But Jiang Yuan clearly caught the implication. The excuse about the empress arranging it was just a cover. The real person orchestrating all this was none other than the emperor himself. His engagement banquet, without a doubt, was arranged by the emperor's will. That explained the steward's unwavering stance. But still. Why did His Majesty insist on holding the banquet inside the imperial harem? Surely it couldn't be because of him, a mere concubine-born son of the Jiang household? Jiang Yuan rubbed his temples. A trace of self-mockery rose in his heart. At present, he was nothing more than a concubine-born son of a Marquis household. How could His Majesty possibly care about him? What the emperor truly cared about was not him at all, but the great general's mansion. In his previous life, he had risen to second rank and had interacted with the emperor more than once. Jiang Yuan knew all too well, the current emperor of Great Zhou, though seemingly shrewd, was in fact a short-sighted man who only indulged in immediate pleasures, neglecting the common people and the empire itself. If that were all, it might still be bearable. But the key was that this emperor was vindictive and narrow-minded. Viewed this way, everything became easy to explain. It was obvious, this emperor had long disliked the great general's mansion. As an emperor and a petty one at that, how could he possibly tolerate the general's house growing ever stronger without check? The rise of the general's house had clearly challenged imperial authority. Yet the attitude of the steward from the Su family standing before him seemed strange, as if he bore little respect for the emperor. At this thought, a suspicion formed in Jiang Yuan's mind. The great general's mansion and the emperor might not be as harmonious as they appeared. On the contrary, the two could well be locked in rivalry, perhaps even already irreconcilable. After all, if he himself were emperor, he too would never allow his subordinates to accumulate such prestige unchecked. Thus, this engagement banquet held within the imperial harem was unlikely to be a feast without hidden dangers. Jiang Yuan knew very clearly that at this moment, he had no power to choose. So he simply nodded decisively and said, since that is the case, I will make proper preparations. Steward Su may rest assured. Steward Su nodded, his eyes toward Jiang Yuan filled with growing admiration. Though this young man was born of a concubine, he understood the times. Such a person was destined for great things. With that thought, he cupped his hands, about to take his leave when a sudden burst of sobbing from outside interrupted him. You. What are you doing? Outside the reception hall, Jiang Xing stood dumbfounded before the tear-stained Lu Jiying. One had to admit, Lu Jiying was pitifully beautiful. Her almond eyes brimmed with tears, her small nose delicate, her lips thin and rosy. Her entire bearing exuded frailty, stirring a man's urge to protect. Lang Jun, I have come to deliver the engagement contract, Lu Jiying choked out, her voice trembling. She lifted her tear-filled eyes toward Jiang Xing, gaze full of pleading and helplessness. It is just that my younger brother's creditor suddenly came to demand repayment. We are still short 300 taels of silver. I beg young Master Jiang to lend it to me. Her voice grew smaller and smaller, until it was nearly inaudible. What? Jiang Xing stared in shock, eyes wide, hardly believing what he heard. Didn't they give your family 10,000 taels in bride price just yesterday? Where is all that silver now? 10,000 taels. That was no small sum. It could support an ordinary family for dozens of lifetimes. And yet the Lu family had already squandered it? Now they wanted another 300 taels? This was nothing but a bottomless pit. Lu Jing stammered, her eyes flickering, unable to meet Jiang Xing's gaze. She lowered her head, twisting her clothes with trembling hands. That silver. That silver. She wept but still refused to explain where the money had gone. At the sight, Steward Zhou quickly bowed, stepped forward, and said to Jiang Yuan, "Son-in-law, this old servant still has matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave." As he spoke, he drew a piece of fine jade from his robe and handed it to Jiang Yuan. "Son-in-law, this is the engagement token from our young lady. Please keep it well." The jade pendant was a lustrous emerald green, translucent, carved with an exquisite phoenix pattern, clearly no ordinary piece. "With this token, within the Zhou mansion you may be regarded as the heir of the house. Please guard it carefully," Steward Zhou added respectfully. Jiang Yuan accepted the jade pendant. It felt warm and smooth in his hand, of excellent texture. Examining it closely, he saw that both material and workmanship were of the finest grade, an invaluable treasure. "My thanks to father-in-law and Lady Zhou for this honor. I will cherish it well," Jiang Yuan said with a bow. "You are too courteous, son-in-law." Steward Zhou smiled, returned the salute, and then departed. Jiang Xing, standing nearby, witnessed everything. He caught sight of the jade in Jiang Yuan's hand, and jealousy surged within him like bile. He had seen that pendant in his past life. It was the Zhou family's heirloom, symbol of the rightful heir. After Zhou Muying's death in battle, the old Zhou general himself had kept it, treating it as a precious relic, never letting it be seen. Yet in this life, Zhou Muying had given it to Jiang Yuan. That was a monumental recognition of him. The more Jiang Xing thought, the angrier he became. Jealousy flared, his eyes burning with hatred as he looked at Jiang Yuan. Why? Why should a concubine born like Jiang Yuan receive such honor from the Zhou family? Then he looked again at Lu Jing, who before marriage was already begging him for money, and his heart grew heavy with gloom. A pang of doubt struck him. Had he chosen wrongly? In his previous life, he had married Zhou Muying, but she died on the battlefield, leaving him scorned as a cursed star. While Jiang Yuan married Lu Jing, soared to the top as the #1 scholar, and enjoyed smooth official success. That was why, upon rebirth, he chose to switch brides, hoping to alter his destiny. But now, things were not going as he had imagined. Zhou Muying had not died in battle. She had triumphed and returned to the capital early. Lu Jing was nothing like the virtuous lady he pictured, but a bottomless pit endlessly demanding silver. Could it be? Had he truly chosen wrong? No. Impossible. Jiang Xing violently shook his head, driving out that thought. He was reborn. How could he be wrong? In his last life, he had lived it all: Zhou Muying's death, Lu Jing's support of Jiang Yuan to the top rank. So his choice had to be correct. Inwardly, he repeated it over and over, forcing himself to believe. He was convinced, as long as he followed the same path as before, he would surely become the #1 scholar, and then trample Jiang Yuan underfoot, never letting him rise again. Yes, he would be #1 scholar. With that, Jiang Xing cast a venomous glance at Jiang Yuan, thinking, "Jiang Yuan, just you wait. When the day comes that I ascend as top scholar, I will grind you beneath my heel. You are only momentarily favored, nothing more." Alright, it's just 300 taels of silver. Is there really a need to cry like this? Jiang Xing looked at Lu Jing, who was weeping in front of him. Though he felt somewhat impatient, she was still his fiancée, carefully chosen by himself, so he had to give her some face. Feigning generosity, he pulled out a banknote from his robe and tossed it in front of her. Then, glancing sideways at Jiang Yuan, he sneered with mockery, "This young master is not like some people, who can only combine an engagement banquet with a welcome banquet. Truly pitiful, with no status at all." Jiang Yuan merely smiled faintly and replied indifferently, "Second brother, you are mistaken. The emperor's graciousness is not something we can judge. But as for you, if you truly had the ability, you too could hold your engagement banquet in the imperial palace. Jiang Xing was left speechless, his face flushed red, yet he had no words to refute. He glared viciously at Jiang Yuan, teeth clenched, but could do nothing. Jiang Yuan ignored him, turned, and left, leaving Jiang Xing stomping in frustration. Back in the study, Jiang Yuan sat alone at his desk. Rubbing his brow, his thoughts were in turmoil. The visit from Steward Zhou today had made him realize the delicate tension between the Grand General's mansion and the Emperor. This forced him to reassess his situation. Perhaps it wasn't as glorious as it appeared on the surface. He needed to devise a flawless plan quickly, or else he would end up nothing more than a pawn in this power struggle. Suddenly, a thought flashed across his mind, and his eyes lit up. At the Grand General's mansion, Su Muying, clad in armor and brimming with heroic spirit, sat opposite her father, Su Xian. She looked at him with admiration, her voice filled with respect. "Father, it's all thanks to the military strategies you taught me that I was able to defeat the enemy so swiftly and win such a decisive victory." Su Xian stroked his beard and smiled with satisfaction, then said, "Inger, your performance this time was indeed outstanding. But the strategy you used was not of my own making." Su Muying froze, astonished. "But father, the formation and tactics I used were ones I had never practiced before. They were sent from the household. Wasn't that from you?" Su Xian waved his hand, cutting her off. "No, Inger, those formations were not devised by me. They came from your fiancé, that Jiang Yuan." "What?" Su Muying was utterly shocked, staring in disbelief. That's impossible. He's just a concubine-born son of a Marquis household. He's never even been to the battlefield. How could he possibly?" Su Xian chuckled. "Do not underestimate him. Though of humble birth, he is a man of extraordinary talent and keen strategy. This battle without his counsel you would not have triumphed so easily." Su Muying's heart surged with shock and curiosity. She had never imagined that her unseen fiancé could possess such brilliance. "Father, are you certain you're not deceiving me? Would I have reason to lie about a mere concubine-born son?" Su Xian gave her a helpless glance. Just as he was about to continue, Steward Su's voice came from outside. "Reporting." The steward hurried into the hall, kneeling with fists clasped. "Master, young lady, this old servant has already informed the young master of the engagement banquet." Su Xian nodded slightly, motioning for him to rise. "Oh? And how did Jiang Yuan react when he heard the news?" He lifted his teacup, casually blowing on it, as if inquiring about a trivial matter. Su Muying, however, held her breath, eyes fixed tightly on the steward, eagerly awaiting the reply. Though she had never met Jiang Yuan, his recent actions had already stirred her deep interest. And especially now, after his role in the great victory at the border, she was even more eager to know how this brilliant man would respond to an engagement banquet held in the imperial palace. The steward bowed and reported, replying to Master, at first. The young master declined once. "Oh?" Su Xian raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Su Muying's heart tightened. Declined? Did he too think it improper to hold the banquet in the palace? And then? Then. The steward paused, carefully choosing his words. Then the young master's expression remained calm, as though he had already expected it. "Ha ha ha ha." Su Xian suddenly burst out laughing, his voice filled with praise. "Excellent. Truly excellent. This Jiang Yuan is no ordinary man." He set down his teacup, eyes flashing brightly. It seems he has already discerned the delicate undercurrent between the Grand General's mansion and His Majesty. Su Muying was startled. She had faintly sensed something, but not with such clarity. Hearing her father speak it aloud, she realized the situation was far more serious than she imagined. "Father, then, should we warn Jiang Yuan?" she asked anxiously, her voice tinged with worry. She did not want him, ignorant of the danger, to fall into peril. You silly girl, you haven't even married yet, and you're already speaking up for your husband-to-be? Su Xian teased, his tone carrying amusement. Su Muying's face instantly turned crimson, like a ripe apple. Lowering her head, she bit her lip, murmuring softly, "Father, you're teasing me again." But then she raised her head, eyes firm. "Father, I believe this matter is too grave. We ought to let Jiang Yuan know, lest he be unprepared and make a mistake." Su Xian looked at her, eyes soft with a trace of pride. His daughter not only possessed courage and intellect, but also a kind and loyal heart. "Inger, you are right. This matter is indeed no small one." He nodded, his expression turning serious. "But I intend to use this chance to test Jiang Yuan." "Test him?" Su Muying was puzzled. "Yes." Su Xian stroked his beard slowly. "I want to see how he handles this matter after learning of it. If he responds wisely, it proves he has not only talent, but also courage and responsibility worthy of trust. If he panics, or does nothing." Then he did not finish, but Su Muying understood. If Jiang Yuan performed poorly, her father might reconsider the marriage. "Father, isn't this too harsh on him?" she said worriedly. "The engagement banquet is in the imperial palace. That is no small affair. He is merely a concubine-born son of a Marquis house. How could he handle it with ease?" Su Xian smiled faintly, confident. "Rest assured, Inger. I know my measure. I do not intend to deliberately make things difficult for him, only to observe his true ability. And besides, I will not leave him entirely without help. If, by the third day, he still shows no response, I shall send Steward Su to give him a discreet reminder." Hearing her father's arrangement, Su Muying finally let out the breath she had been holding. She trusted her father's judgment, and even more, her own intuition. Jiang Yuan would not let her down. "Report." Just then, a hurried voice sounded from outside the door, shattering the father and daughter's conversation. A servant rushed in, dropped to one knee, his face filled with panic. "Master! Young miss! It's bad. Something has happened." Su Xian frowned and asked in a deep voice, "What has you so flustered?" Replying to Master, the young master-in-law. He has stirred up trouble in the capital." "What?" Su Xian and Su Muying both cried out in unison, their faces full of disbelief. Jiang Yuan, stirring up trouble? How could that be possible? Wasn't he always calm, composed, and unflappable? How could he suddenly cause a disturbance in the capital? What exactly did he do? Su Muying asked urgently, her heart in her throat. "The young master-in-law. He wants to buy a brothel." The servant stammered out, his voice trembling. "What?" Once again, Su Xian and Su Muying were dumbfounded, staring at each other in utter shock. Jiang Yuan wanted to buy a brothel? What was he thinking? Did he want to keep mistresses there? Su Muying's face instantly turned pale, her heart filling with sourness and anger. She had thought Jiang Yuan was a man apart from the rest, but in the end, was he just as vulgar and base? Su Xian, however, froze only for a moment before a faintly amused look crossed his face. Could it be that this was Jiang Yuan's way of breaking the situation? The capital. Chuanfeng brothel. This was the largest brothel in the capital, and also the most extravagant den of indulgence. Inside Chuanfeng brothel, gilded beams and painted rafters gleamed in splendor, luxury saturating every detail. On the first floor, music, dancing, and laughter filled the hall with merriment. The second floor's private rooms were quieter, but steeped in ambiguous allure. And the third floor's heaven room was the most exclusive of all, reserved only for the most powerful figures in the capital. At this moment, Jiang Yuan sat boldly in heaven room No. 1, adopting the air of a dissipated noble. He sat with one leg crossed over the other, playing idly with a jade pendant, the very one Su Muying had given him. Standing before him was the middle-aged manager of Chuanfeng brothel. The manager's forehead was beaded with sweat, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile, though a faint glint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Young master-in-law, truly, 100,000 taels of silver is already the lowest price. This Chuanfang brothel is the finest in the capital, and its daily revenue is astronomical. If not for the general's mansion, don't even say 100,000, even 200,000, I wouldn't sell. The manager spoke in earnest, pretending as though he were suffering a great loss. Jiang Yuan sneered inwardly, this old fox really knows how to act. He had already seen through it. This man was eager, not reluctant, to sell Chuanfang brothel to him. What did that mean? It meant that there was another true master behind this brothel. And that master clearly harbored hostility toward him. Otherwise, the manager would never dare sell, given that he had already revealed Jiang Yuan's identity as the son-in-law of the general's mansion. But instead of fearing to offend the general's mansion, this man was practically desperate to sell. That meant the one behind him was not afraid of the general's mansion at all. In fact, they even wanted to use Jiang Yuan to strike against it. At this thought, a cold smile curved Jiang Yuan's lips. Interesting. Very interesting. It seemed the waters of the capital were even deeper than he had imagined. He twirled the jade pendant in his hand, amusement glinting in his eyes. The location and structure of Chuanfang brothel alone were worth far more than 100,000 taels. Buying it would be a guaranteed profit. But since the other party bore ill will, Jiang Yuan had no need to be polite. He raised a single finger casually and said, 10,000 taels. What? The manager nearly leapt into the air, eyes bulging in disbelief. Young master-in-law, surely you jest. His smile froze, replaced by a look of shock and bitterness. 10,000 taels? That was daylight robbery. No worse than robbery. This was the most prime location in the capital, the most luxurious brothel. Even at 100,000, he would be losing money. Young master-in-law, please don't joke. That price is far too low. The manager's face twisted in misery as he pleaded. Just look at this location, this decor, these girls. Which of them isn't worth the price? For 10,000 taels, you couldn't even buy a latrine. But Jiang Yuan was unmoved. Rising to his feet, he made to leave. Since the manager has no sincerity, then forget it. Without hesitation, he strode toward the door. Wait. Young master-in-law, please stay. The manager panicked, hurrying to block his way. Young master-in-law, please reconsider. We can still negotiate the price. Inwardly, he cursed Jiang Yuan. This man was ruthless. Cutting 90% off the asking price, was he trying to kill him? Yet he dared not refuse. After all, he was only the frontman. The true owner of Chuanfang brothel had already given orders, no matter what, it must be sold to Jiang Yuan. Even at a loss. The manager's mind wrestled, and unconsciously he glanced toward the servant pouring tea at the side. That servant gave a slight nod, a signal to agree. The manager gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and spoke as if making the hardest decision of his life. Fine. 10,000 it is. Sold. His face crumpled in misery. Young master-in-law, you truly are a master bargainer. But let's be clear. This price must never be spoken of to others. Otherwise, my business will be ruined. Jiang Yuan smiled faintly and said nothing more. Taking the deed papers from the manager, he examined them carefully before putting them away. Rest assured, manager. I am a man of discretion. He patted the manager's shoulder with a smile. In the future, if you have such good deals again, I hope you'll keep me in mind. With that, he strode grandly out of Chuanfang brothel, leaving behind the manager, alone and despondent. Good deal? As if the one losing money isn't you. As soon as Jiang Yuan stepped out, he spotted steward Zhou waiting at the entrance, watching him with a peculiar expression. Young master-in-law, you. What is this? The steward hesitated, unsure how to phrase it. Oh, Steward Zhou, you're here? What brings you? Jiang Yuan feigned ignorance, wearing a playful smile. The master requests your presence. The steward's words were succinct, tinged with helplessness. Very well, let's go. Jiang Yuan nodded. He had already expected Su Xian to know. After all, making such a commotion in the capital, if Su Xian hadn't heard, then he wouldn't be worthy of being a general. The two walked back toward the general's mansion, one after the other. Several times along the way, the steward looked as if he wanted to speak, but swallowed the words back. Jiang Yuan noticed, and chuckled inwardly. It seemed his old father-in-law was quite the fox as well. This was nothing more than a test. Grand General's Mansion, Main Hall. Su Xian sat upright in the Grand Master's chair, taking a light sip of tea. His gaze fell on his daughter, Su Muying, and the corners of his mouth curved into a faint, playful smile. Inger, don't you always pride yourself on being clever and perceptive? Why is it that now, you can't even see through the mind of a mere Marquis' illegitimate son? Su Muying's delicate face flushed red at his words. She bit her lips tightly, her heart a tangle of mixed emotions. Ever since she had learned that Jiang Yuan intended to purchase Chuanfeng brothel, her mind had been unsettled. On one hand, she felt puzzled and disappointed by Jiang Yuan's actions. On the other, she faintly sensed that things were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. Father, I only feel that his actions are far too absurd. Her voice was low, carrying a trace of grievance that was hard to notice. Your daughter intends to ride onto the battlefield and serve the country. If he wants to indulge in such pleasures, that is his own affair. But I will not consummate my marriage with him. Oh? Su Xian raised his brows, looking at his daughter with great interest. Weren't you just defending him a moment ago? Why the sudden change of tone now? Su Muying was struck speechless. Her lips parted, but no words came. In her heart, she knew her feelings for Jiang Yuan had already begun to change in subtle ways. From her initial rejection and suspicion, to later curiosity and admiration, and now to report. At that moment, the butler's voice sounded from outside, breaking Su Muying's train of thought. Master, the young son-in-law has arrived. Su Xian smiled faintly and gestured for the butler to bring him in. Su Muying's heart tightened. Almost instinctively, she slipped behind a screen to hide. Jiang Yuan stepped into the main hall, where Su Xian sat upright, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Jiang Yuan quickly bowed and greeted respectfully, your son-in-law. Jiang Yuan greets father-in-law. Su Xian gave a curt reply, his eyes sweeping over Jiang Yuan as though to strip him bare. Jiang Yuan, are you aware of your crime? His voice was low and authoritative, carrying an irrefutable weight. Jiang Yuan's heart Jolteth knew the true trial had arrived. Taking a deep breath, he raised his head, met Su Xian's gaze, and said in a firm voice, your son-in-law admits guilt. You dare to confess so readily? A flicker of surprise crossed Su Xian's eyes, then he looked at Jiang Yuan with playful interest. Tell me, what crime have you committed? I should not have purchased Chuanfeng brothel without permission. Such an act was reckless, tarnishing Muying's reputation, and would invite public scorn upon the general's mansion. Jiang Yuan's tone was calm, as though he had long foreseen these consequences. Indeed, at this moment, any excuses or denials would be futile. Only frank acknowledgement could win him a sliver of survival. Su Xian's eyes showed a glimmer of appreciation. He had expected Jiang Yuan to scramble for excuses, but hadn't anticipated such candor. Since you understand, then why did you still do it? Jiang Yuan's eyes swept casually past the screen and paused. Wait. Why was there a silhouette behind the screen? Could it be? A realization struck him instantly. Su Xian was using this as a test, and also as a chance for Su Muying to observe him. With this thought, a faint smile tugged at Jiang Yuan's lips. Clearing his throat, he declared loudly, to answer father-in-law, your son-in-law's actions were all for the sake of bringing honor to the Su family and Muying. You jest with me. Su Xian's brows furrowed, anger flashing in his eyes. Behind the screen, Su Muying too fumed at his words. She secretly spat in her heart, this Jiang Yuan smooth-tongued and shameless. Who asked him to act on my behalf? He bought a brothel clearly for his own pleasures. How dare he claim it was for me? Brazen. Absolutely shameless. But Jiang Yuan looked entirely composed, even righteous, as he continued, yesterday, upon hearing from the butler about the engagement banquet, I began to ponder. The emperor arranging it at the palace appears grand, but the hidden meaning is otherwise. He favors the Su family, yes, but there is also a thread of wariness. The more I thought on it, the more I realized only by sullying myself could I ease His Majesty's vigilance toward the Su family, and especially toward Muying. After all, a son-in-law addicted to drink and women, idle and useless, is far less threatening to the emperor than one who is sharp, capable, and ambitious. Su Xian's eyes flickered with surprise, staring deeply at Jiang Yuan. His gaze turned contemplative. What you say indeed holds some logic. But even so, have you not considered Muying's dignity? You are her husband. Did you think nothing of her feelings? Know this old man has but one daughter. I will never let her suffer the least injustice. Behind the screen, Su Muying straightened unconsciously. Her father's unreserved protection had always been her greatest pillar of strength. As for Jiang Yuan's explanation, in her view, it was nothing but sophistry. For what woman would ever want her husband to be a frequent patron of brothels? Yet Jiang Yuan remained utterly calm. Smiling slightly, he said, Father-in-law, please rest your anger. In truth, I had no real intention of buying Chuanfang brothel. Oh? Su Xian raised his brows, gesturing for him to go on. It was the manager of Chuanfang brothel who insisted on selling it to me at the absurdly low price of 10,000 taels. His tone carried a deliberate weight. Think on it, father-in-law. He knew my identity, yet still wished to sell at such a low price. Does this not strike you as suspicious? What? Only 10,000 taels. Su Xian's eyes widened in shock, before narrowing into a cold smile. Chuanfang brothel's location alone, not to mention its 3-story building, is worth no less than 200,000 taels. For him to sell it at 1/20th the value, clearly, someone is trying to curry favor with you. Jiang Yuan nodded gravely. That was my thought as well. Buying the brothel was not for indulgence, but to uncover the hand-pulling strings behind the curtain. For an open spear is easy to parry, but a hidden arrow is far harder to guard against. And there is another reason I bought Chuanfang brothel: to win glory for Muying. I am confident that within 3 months, I can make her a model among the women of the capital, indeed, among all the women of Great Zhou. To win glory? To make her a model among women? Su Xian froze, utterly unprepared for such a declaration. Behind the screen, Su Muying was already trembling with fury. Her delicate body shook, her chest heaving violently. A model for women of Great Zhou? This bastard clearly means to make me the laughingstock of the entire realm. Father-in-law. Think about it, what kind of place is a brothel? Jiang Yuan smiled faintly as he countered with a question. It is where women are forced to sell their beauty in exchange for survival. But what if I were to transform this brothel into a textile workshop instead? Let these women support themselves by their own hands, earning their living with dignity, rather than serving men with their looks. Would that not be a great deed? In time, Muying's reputation would naturally rise with it, and she would become a model for all women under heaven. Jiang Yuan's voice rang out clear and firm, his words powerful and convincing. Su Xian was slightly taken aback. Stroking his beard, a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. Never in his wildest thoughts did he expect such words to come from Jiang Yuan. If such sentiments had been spoken by a well-read scholar, he might not have been so shocked. But these words came from Jiang Yuan, a concubine-born son of a Marquis household, a man widely dismissed as a frivolous wastrel. How could he not be astonished? Behind the screen, Su Muying's heart surged with excitement. Her fists clenched so tightly that her nails dug deep into her palms, and she didn't even notice. In her bright eyes flickered a strange light: excitement, passion, and above all, recognition. As the daughter of great General Su, Su Muing had shown extraordinary talent in the art of war since childhood. She had studied military texts, mastered martial skills, and nurtured ambitions no less than any man. Yet, even with her battlefield achievements, many in the army doubted her, claiming that without her father's protection, she would be nothing. These doubts and prejudices pierced her heart like thorns, leaving her in silent pain. She longed to change the world's discrimination against women. She dreamed of a day when women, like men, could make their mark in history and win eternal renown. But she also knew it was far too difficult. This world shackled women with countless chains and biases. To change it was easier said than done. Yet now, Jiang Yuan's words gave her hope. She never imagined that her betrothed, whom she had never met, would share her very same ideals. How could she not be moved? Well said. Unable to hold herself back, Su Muing cried out and stepped out from behind the screen. The council hall instantly fell silent. Both Su Xian and Jiang Yuan froze. They hadn't expected Su Muing to suddenly appear. Realizing her own loss of composure, Su Muying's cheeks flushed red. Standing awkwardly, she didn't know what to do. Ahem. Su Xian coughed twice, breaking the awkward silence. He glared at his daughter and said with mild reproach, "You silly girl, hiding there, why not come out properly and greet young Master Jiang?" Snapping back to herself, Su Muing hurried forward, bowing respectfully, "Daughter greets father." Then, turning to Jiang Yuan, she offered a composed salute, "Greetings, young Master Jiang." Jiang Yuan looked at Su Muing and was utterly stunned. Before him stood a woman in battle attire, her graceful figure outlined perfectly by the armor. Heroic and striking, her demeanor exuded an unyielding spirit. And her beauty beyond compare. This was the very first time Jiang Yuan had laid eyes on Su Muing. In his previous life, belittled by Jiang Xing, he hadn't even qualified to attend the wedding banquet. He never once saw this famed female general of great Zhou with his own eyes. Not long after, Su Muing died in battle. Back then, he had only heard second-hand tales of her legendary feats. But none of those descriptions came close to the breathtaking reality before him now. Jiang Yuan never imagined that such a perfect woman could exist in the world. She carried both the softness of a woman and the valor of a man. Two opposite qualities fused seamlessly within her, radiating a charm that was uniquely her own. Noticing Jiang Yuan staring at her so intently, Su Muying's beautiful eyes nearly sparked with fire. She knew she was beautiful, yes. In the army, to avoid trouble and maintain authority, she often wore an iron mask. But that didn't mean she could tolerate a man staring at her so rudely. "What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman before?" Her brows arched sharply as she snapped at him, her voice laced with both embarrassment and a hint of something else. Jiang Yuan, startled by her words, quickly realized his mistake. He pulled back his gaze at once and cupped his hands apologetically. "Forgive me, Lady Muing. It was discourteous of me. It's just that I did not expect Lady Muing to be so." He stumbled for words. He couldn't exactly say, "You're 100 times more beautiful than I imagined." That would be far too frivolous. Seeing him flustered, Su Muying's annoyance eased slightly. She gave a soft snort and turned her face away, no longer meeting his eyes. But the faint blush across her cheeks betrayed her feelings. "Jiang Yuan, what you just said, that you wish to turn Chuanfang Pavilion into a textile workshop, to let those women earn their living honestly, did you mean it?" Forcing her tone to sound stern, she asked. She didn't want to dwell on the earlier awkwardness. Business was more important. "Of course I meant it." Jiang Yuan nodded firmly, his expression earnest. "Lady Muing, we who are educated must see the world as our responsibility. Those women, though trapped in hardship, are still human beings with the right to pursue happiness. I only hope to do my part, to help them escape misery and live as ordinary people again." His words weren't loud, but each syllable carried weight and strength. Looking at him, Su Muing felt a strange emotion stir within her heart. Suddenly, she thought perhaps this fiancé of hers wasn't so unpleasant after all. Su Xian, observing the two, secretly nodded. At first, he worried that Jiang Yuan and Su Muing might not get along. After all, one was the concubine-born son of a Marquis household, the other a proud daughter of a general's family worlds apart in status and temperament. But now, it seemed his concern was unnecessary. Despite their differences, they shared the same ideals and ambitions deep within. Given time, they might indeed become a match made in heaven. Enough. Since you two have now met, this old man need say no more. Su Xian stroked his beard and spoke slowly. Jiang Yuan, your earlier analysis was very sound. His Majesty both values and fears our Su family. These years, the Emperor has shown us favor openly, but behind the scenes he guards against us at every step. Especially may your father-in-law who commands great armies. My power makes His Majesty restless. So tomorrow, at the betrothal banquet, you must be very careful. The Emperor may seize the chance to test you or even embarrass you. You must stay calm and never fall into his trap. Su Xian's tone was grave, his face solemn. This was no jest. Jiang Yuan's heart tightened. He understood well Su Xian was warning him, but also protecting him. Please be at ease, father-in-law. I understand. I will be cautious in word and deed, and I will never bring trouble upon the Su family. After exchanging a few polite words, Jiang Yuan bid farewell to Su Xian and Su Muing, then left the Grand General's mansion. Along the way, he sank into thought. Su Xian's reminder left him a little more cautious. The Emperor's probing was something he would need to handle with the utmost care. When he returned to the Marquis Zhang's residence, Jiang Yuan immediately sensed that something was off. The servants were all gathered in little groups, whispering among themselves, as if some great commotion had taken place. Did you hear? Second young master smashed over 10 teacups today in a fit of rage. Exactly. His face looked so dark it scared people to death. Who knows what happened? I bet it has to do with that Miss Liu. Hearing these whispers, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but feel curious. What was wrong with Jiang Xing today? Could something unpleasant have happened between him and Liu Jiying? But Jiang Yuan didn't dwell on it. After all, Jiang Xing's temper had always been strange. He often lost his head over trivial things. Without paying further attention, Jiang Yuan walked straight back to his courtyard. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw Jiang Rower sitting on a stone bench, idly kicking at pebbles. When she saw him, she leapt to her feet and ran over happily. Young master, you're back. She clung to Jiang Yuan's arm with a mischievous grin. Guess what? That wretched Jiang Xing suffered a huge loss today. Jiang Yuan raised his brows slightly. Oh? What happened? He went to Tianxiang Pavilion to get back his deposit, only to be told that the Liu family had already taken it back first. Jiang Rower described the scene with great animation. You should have seen his face. It looked like he'd just swallowed a fly. It turned out that Jiang Xing, for some reason, suddenly regretted it and no longer wanted to hold the engagement banquet at Tianxiang Pavilion. So, he went there intending to withdraw the deposit. But when he arrived, the attendants told him the Liu family had already retrieved it ahead of time. Naturally, Jiang Xing refused to accept it. But he didn't dare make a scene in such an establishment and had no choice but to slink away humiliated. Serves him right. Jiang Rower's face was full of gloating delight. Who told him to be so arrogant before? Now he's finally gotten what he deserves. Listening to her retelling, Jiang Yuan also found it amusing. The Liu family's maneuver this time seemed even more underhanded than in his previous life. Still, this lifetime, he had nothing to do with the Liu family anymore. As for Jiang Xing, well, he had only himself to blame. Thinking this, Jiang Yuan reached out to rub Jiang Rower's head and said with a smile, Enough, don't concern yourself with him. He's just a petty man not worth your anger. Rower nodded obediently, then suddenly remembered something. Young master, tomorrow is your engagement banquet. Are you ready? It's going to be inside the Imperial Palace, you know. I heard the rules there are extremely strict. You must be extra careful. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Jiang Yuan patted her shoulder, reassuring her. I'll be careful. At dawn the next day, Jiang Yuan was already awake. After a quick wash, he changed into a brand new brocade robe and quietly waited for the summons from the palace. Before long, a commotion arose outside the gates. Jiang Yuan stepped out to see a young eunuch standing there arrogantly, flanked by several palace guards. Jiang Gongzi, Her Majesty the Empress has decreed that you are to enter the palace at once for the engagement banquet. The eunuch's shrill voice carried a tone of unquestionable command. Thank you, Gong Gong. Jiang Yuan smiled lightly and offered a respectful bow. Humph. The eunuch snorted coldly before turning to lead the way. Just as Jiang Yuan was about to follow, a voice called out from behind him. Yuaner, wait for me. Marquis Jiang, supported by maids, came hobbling forward. Today is your engagement banquet. As your father, I should accompany you into the palace. The eunuch frowned and snapped impatiently, Marquis, the Empress's decree was for Jiang Gongzi alone. You had best remain at home and rest. Insolence. The Marquis exploded in anger. I am his father. Why should I not be allowed to enter the palace with him? Marquis, perhaps you do not understand. The palace has strict rules. One cannot simply come and go as one pleases. The eunuch cast a mocking glance at the Marquis's frail, sickly form and sneered. Besides, with your feeble condition, if you were to offend His Majesty's presence, that would be a grave crime indeed. The Marquis's face turned livid, his finger trembling as he pointed at the eunuch. You. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan quickly stepped forward to ease the tension. Father, please just listen to the eunuch and rest at home. Bah. Forget it. The Marquis fixed Jiang Yuan with a deep, chilling look, his eyes flashing coldly. As Jiang Yuan left with the eunuch, Jiang Xing appeared. He hurried to his father's side, feigning concern. Father, are you all right? Humph. The Marquis snorted angrily. Isn't it all because of that wonderful elder brother of yours? His wings have grown hard, and now he doesn't even put his own father in his eyes. Father, please calm yourself. Jiang Xing's eyes flickered slyly as he put on a pitiful expression. Elder brother is also helpless in this matter. Please don't blame him too harshly. Helpless? More like deliberately distancing himself from us. The Marquis fumed. All he cares about now is the Su family. Where does that leave our Jiang family? You're right, father. Jiang Xing quickly agreed, his voice brimming with indignation. Now that eldest brother has latched onto the Su family, he'll never spare us a glance again. The Marquis's fury deepened. That ungrateful wretch. If I had known, I never should have taken him back into the household. A mere concubine-born son, yet he dares raise his tail to the heavens. Please don't be angry, father, Jiang Xing said with feigned gentleness. You still have me. I will take care of you from now on. Hearing this, the Marquis felt somewhat comforted. Xinger, you're the sensible one. He patted Jiang Xing's shoulder with satisfaction. From now on, the Jiang family estate will be entrusted to you. Delight surged in Jiang Xing's heart, though he kept his face calm. Father, I will not let you down. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan followed the eunuch through the palace grounds. The imperial palace was no stranger to him. In his previous life, even as a mere second-rank official, he had entered the palace to face the emperor many times. Thus, he knew its layout and rules like the back of his hand. Yet the eunuch ahead clearly thought otherwise. Every now and then he would glance back at Jiang Yuan, eyes filled with suspicion and disdain. In his mind, Jiang Yuan was nothing more than a lowly concubine-born son of the Marquis's household, a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. How could he possibly be so calm in the palace? He must be pretending. The eunuch sneered inwardly but said nothing. Soon, they arrived at the imperial garden. The garden was a sea of blossoms, a breathtaking sight. Su Xian and Su Muing were already waiting there. When they saw Jiang Yuan approach, Su Xian immediately stepped forward to greet him warmly. "My good son-in-law, you've arrived." Jiang Yuan cupped his hands respectfully. "Your son-in-law greets his honored father-in-law." Su Xian nodded slightly, then turned to his daughter with a smile. "Muing, aren't you going to greet your Jiang Gongzi?" Su Muing stepped forward, lowered her head slightly, and gave Jiang Yuan a formal bow. "Greetings, Jiang Gongzi." "There's no need for such formality, Miss Muing." Jiang Yuan replied with a gentle smile. Just as he was about to continue, a herald's cry rang out from the distance, "Her Majesty the Empress arrives." The Empress? Jiang Yuan pondered inwardly. This was actually his very first time laying eyes on the Empress of Great Zhou. In his previous life, though he had risen to the lofty rank of a second-rank official, he never once had the privilege of seeing her. He had only ever heard that this empress was born into a prestigious clan, virtuous and kind, the emperor's worthy consort and helper. When Su Xian saw the empress appear, he immediately led Su Muing and Jiang Yuan forward, taking a few steps and bowing deeply. "Your subject greets the empress." "Long live the empress." "Rise." A melodious voice drifted over, as clear and sweet as an oriole's song. Jiang Yuan lifted his head there, approaching with elegant steps, was a woman dressed in a phoenix robe, her head crowned with phoenix ornaments. This is the Empress? Jiang Yuan's heart shook violently. He had never expected the Empress of Great Zhou to be this stunning. Even Su Muing, in comparison, could only be said to match her equally in beauty, each excelling in different ways. And she looked far too young. If someone said she was just past 20, people might well believe it. How could this possibly be a married woman? She was clearly a maiden in the bloom of youth. Her figure was slender and graceful, not exaggerated, but carrying a natural harmony that radiated beauty. And her skin so fair, so luminous it gleamed like silk. No wonder she is the mother of the nation. Her touch must be heavenly. Jiang Yuan muttered inwardly, yet quickly bent down in a proper bow, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. The Empress herself stepped forward and helped Su Xian up. "General Su, please, rise at once. You are the pillar of our great Zhou, you need not bow so much." With that, she turned her gaze aside to Su Muing, taking her hand warmly. "Muing, at last we meet again. It has been far too long." "Yes, Your Majesty," Su Muing replied with a smile, "ever since you entered the palace, it must be 3 years now, has it not?" 3 years indeed. The Empress sighed softly, a trace of loneliness flickering in her eyes. Life in the palace is dreadfully dull. How much better those days in our maiden chambers were, carefree and unrestrained. Your Majesty jests. Su Muing hurriedly said, "You are now the Empress, revered as the mother of the nation. That is the dream of countless women." Mother of the nation? The Empress let out a self-mocking laugh, that same loneliness surfacing again. Merely an empty title. Within these high walls, rules and restrictions bind me at every step. What freedom is there? Muing, you must treasure your days now. Do not end up like me, caged within these cold palaces. Hearing this, Su Muing's heart stirred strangely. She knew every word of the Empress was the truth. The palace, though seemingly glorious, was cold and lifeless. Though exalted as Empress, she was still nothing more than a pitiable woman. Your Majesty, Su Muing wished to speak, but the words would not come. Enough, let us not dwell on such things. The Empress waved her hand lightly, shifting the topic. Muing, this must be your betrothed, Jiang Yuan? Her gaze fell upon Jiang Yuan, measuring him up and down. Your subject Jiang Yuan greets Your Majesty. Jiang Yuan hastily stepped forward and bowed deeply. Not bad. Quite presentable. The Empress nodded slightly with a smile. Muing, how time flies. To think you are already about to be wed. Su Muying's cheeks flushed red, her head bowing shyly. The Empress only gave a faint smile before her expression turned serious as she addressed Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan, you must treat Muying well. She is like a sister to me. If you dare wrong her, I will not forgive you. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I will cherish her with all my heart. Jiang Yuan thumped his chest, making repeated vows. The Empress finally gave a satisfied nod. Good. Since the hour is upon us, let the betrothal banquet begin. Thus, under the Empress's personal supervision, the engagement banquet formally commenced. Jiang Yuan and Su Muying stood side by side, performing the elaborate ceremonies arranged by the Ministry of Rites. It took nearly a full hour before the rites concluded. The Empress then stepped forward with a smile. Jiang Yuan, Muying, from this day forward, you are betrothed. May you love each other and grow old together. Thank you for Your Majesty's blessing. The two replied in unison. Bring forth His Majesty's gift. At her command, several eunuchs carried over a red sandalwood chest. This is the Emperor's wedding gift to you both, 50,000 taels of silver. We thank His Majesty for such immense grace. Jiang Yuan and Su Muying bowed again, only to be personally lifted by the Empress. Enough, rise. Today is a day of joy, no need for such ceremony. Now, let the feast begin. At her signal, the eunuchs and palace maids quickly set the tables with the exquisite dishes long prepared. Only then did both the engagement banquet and victory feast truly begin. The palace delicacies were, of course, unparalleled. Yet neither the Empress nor Su Xian's family ate more than a token few bites. For who could enjoy dining under constant watch? Jiang Yuan sat quietly, eating in earnest, but his gaze kept straying between the Empress and Su Muying. He watched as the dignified mother of the nation herself picked up food to place on Su Muying's plate. And Su Muying accepted it without the slightest surprise, as if long accustomed to it. Wait. Their relationship seemed a bit too close, didn't it? Was he overthinking things? Or... As he puzzled, the Empress and Su Muying rose together, departing in the direction of Cunning Palace. Su Xian merely observed, saying nothing. Instead, he turned to Jiang Yuan and explained, Son-in-law, the Empress and Muying have not met for years. They were close since childhood. Tonight, Muying will likely stay at Cunning Palace. The palace is full of strict rules. As men, we should not linger here. Jiang Yuan had in fact long wanted to slip away, but had found no chance. Hearing this, he immediately nodded. Father-in-law is wise. That is exactly my thought. But no sooner had he spoken than a young eunuch rushed in. Upon seeing Jiang Yuan still present, he sighed in relief and quickly presented a scroll. Lord Jiang, His Majesty summons you. Please follow me to the imperial study at once. A? Jiang Yuan froze for a moment, then let out a weary sigh. Your subject obeys. Su Xian's heart tightened. He knew full well, the Emperor intended to question Jiang Yuan in private. He looked at his son-in-law, worry clouding his eyes, and after some hesitation whispered, Son-in-law, be extremely cautious. To serve the Emperor is to walk beside a tiger, mind every word and deed. Rest easy, father-in-law. I understand. Jiang Yuan nodded calmly. Yet inwardly, he muttered to himself, careful words and deeds? Mindful conduct? Please. Who doesn't know what kind of man this Emperor is? He's nothing but petty and narrow-minded. Suppressing his thoughts, Jiang Yuan followed the eunuch into the imperial study. On the dragon throne sat the Emperor, just as Jiang Yuan remembered him, pale, frail, sickly. Without even lifting his eyelids, the Emperor's voice came coldly, Today's betrothal banquet we heard your father did not attend. Why is that? Jiang Yuan's mouth twitched. Marquis Jiang didn't come? Wasn't that because of you? This Emperor really knows how to act. Jiang Yuan's heart tightened, and he silently lowered his head. The way that little eunuch had behaved earlier, there was no way it was his own decision. Clearly, someone had instructed him. Otherwise, how could a mere eunuch dare block the Marquis' father from entering the palace? Most likely, this was the Emperor's test that wanted to see Jiang Yuan's reaction. Realizing this, Jiang Yuan grew even more cautious, though his face betrayed nothing. He feigned confusion and answered with an innocent look, "Your Majesty, I do not know the reason." That eunuch said palace rules were strict. He worried my father's health might cause him to offend your Majesty, so he would not let him enter. His voice carried just a trace of grievance and puzzlement. Nonsense. The Emperor slammed his hand down on the imperial desk and bellowed, "A lowly eunuch dares such insolence? Guards! Drag that dog out and give him 50 heavy strokes." Yes. 2 palace guards rushed in, took the order, and hurried away. Jiang Yuan sneered inwardly. What a performance. The Emperor himself had given the command, and now he pretended to be enraged. But outwardly, Jiang Yuan wore a look of deep gratitude, bowing earnestly. "Your Majesty, please quell your anger. Though my father was not permitted to enter the palace, in his heart he has always revered your Majesty." Oh? The Emperor's fury seemed to cool a little. He cast Jiang Yuan a penetrating glance and shifted the tone, "It is a pity your father could not come in. Still, your Jiang family has always been loyal. Your grandfather and I shared some history together. Therefore, I will grant you an extra dowry. Tell me what is it you desire?" Suddenly his tone softened, as if his earlier wrath had never happened at all. Jiang Yuan's mind stirred. This was the true purpose the Emperor wanted to probe his ambition and loyalty. The Emperor's gaze fixed on him, as though to pierce his heart. "Do you seek high office and lofty rank? Or military command and power? Or wealth? I can appoint you a top-ranking minister, second only to me. I can place you in charge of the martial valor army here in the capital, 10 full battalions, 100,000 soldiers under your command. Or I can bestow upon you 200,000 taels of silver, enough to make you wealthier than most of the realm." The Emperor's voice was laced with temptation, each offer seemingly within reach if Jiang Yuan only nodded. Jiang Yuan's thoughts raced. Each option was dangerous. High office? He was only a Marquis' illegitimate son, without foundation. To rise so suddenly would only paint a target on his back, death without a burial place. Military power? Command of the martial valor army sounded glorious, but it would stir suspicion from the Zhou family, and perhaps the Emperor only meant to use him as a pawn to balance their influence. In the end, he might share the fate of a rabbit slain once the hunt was over. Wealth? The 200,000 taels of silver. This was the most practical. With it, he could secretly build his own base of power and prepare for the future. Having made up his mind, Jiang Yuan knelt with a heavy thud and declared with seeming humility, "Your Majesty's grace is boundless. I ask nothing more than 200,000 taels of silver, so that I may live in peace and never want for food and clothing." He risked a cautious glance upward, his demeanor utterly submissive, like a timid courtier rather than a Marquis' son. The Emperor froze for a brief moment, then gave Jiang Yuan another deep look before replying coolly, "Very well. If silver is what you want, I shall grant it. Attend. Bestow upon Jiang Yuan 200,000 taels of silver. Your Majesty's benevolence is beyond compare." Jiang Yuan cowed out again, relief flooding his heart. This trial had passed. The Emperor still harbored suspicion, but at least, for now, Jiang Yuan was safe. "Jiang Yuan, though you chose silver, I still expect you to apply yourself. You must serve the realm." The Emperor's tone turned solemn. "I will send you to the Martial Academy to study. Do not let me down." He picked up a bronze token from the imperial desk and tossed it to Jiang Yuan. "This is the Martial Academy's token. In 7 days, report there. Once you complete your studies, you may then marry Muing." "I obey, Your Majesty." Jiang Yuan accepted the token, pondering quietly. The Martial Academy? That was where the Empire trained the sons of nobles and royalty. A mere illegitimate son like him should have no place there. But since the emperor had decreed it, he had no choice but to comply. Withdraw. The emperor waved him off. Your servant takes his leave. Jiang Yuan bowed low and left the imperial study. Clutching the token, Jiang Yuan departed the palace, his thoughts in turmoil. Today had shown him more clearly than ever the ruthlessness of imperial power. One wrong move, and he would have been destroyed. He had to grow stronger quickly, only then could he secure his place in Great Zhou. When he returned to the Marquis' residence, he found a crowd gathered at the gates, buzzing with excitement. Pushing closer, he saw Jiang Xing in the middle, proudly showing something off. Look at this. Jiang Xing held up a token, waving it for all to see. This is a martial academy token. With this, I can enter the academy, and one day become a pillar of the Great Zhou. His voice dripped with arrogance, as if he were already the empire's greatest talent. Second young master is truly remarkable. Yes, so young and already admitted to the academy, his future is limitless. Unlike certain people, who waste their days doing nothing, achieving nothing. The servants' voices were full of flattery for Jiang Xing and scorn for Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan watched coldly, lips curling in a silent sneer. Jiang Xing. You really think the martial academy makes you invincible? A frog at the bottom of a well, utterly ignorant of the wider world. What are you doing, Jiang Xing? Jiang Yuan's voice cut through the chatter, halting the scene. Jiang Xing turned, and when he saw his elder brother, his smirk widened. Well, if it isn't my dear elder brother. What's the matter? Do you also wish to join the martial academy? Too bad you don't have that qualification. He deliberately swung his token in Jiang Yuan's face. See this? The martial academy token. You? A useless waste, you'll never have one in your life. Jiang Yuan's eyes narrowed in disgust at his brother's petty arrogance. Without a word, he reached into his robe and pulled out his own token, holding it up before Jiang Xing's eyes. You mean this? Jiang Xing's smug grin froze instantly. He stared wide-eyed at Jiang Yuan's token. It was identical to his own. This can't be. He stammered, his face full of disbelief. How could you possibly have a martial academy token? Impossible. You must have stolen it. His voice turned shrill, unable to accept reality. Their father had exhausted every effort to secure him this token. How could Jiang Yuan also possess one? Stolen? Jiang Yuan laughed coldly. Jiang Xing, has your brain gone soft? This token was bestowed upon me personally by His Majesty. How could I possibly have stolen it? Bestowed personally by His Majesty? Jiang Xing's expression grew even uglier. He knew that if this token was truly a personal gift from the emperor, then he had no way to challenge it. Impossible. You worthless trash, how could His Majesty possibly give you a token? Still refusing to believe it, Jiang Xing shouted angrily. Believe it or not. Jiang Yuan no longer bothered to explain. He put away the token and turned to walk back toward the residence. Jiang Yuan, stop right there. Jiang Xing roared from behind, but Jiang Yuan didn't even look back, leaving without hesitation. Jiang Xing stood frozen in place, his face alternating between blue and pale white. He felt as though his face had just been slapped again and again. The nearby servants looked at each other in shock. They had never expected that Jiang Yuan also possessed a martial academy token. Now, Jiang Xing's humiliation was complete. What are you looking at? Get out of here. Enraged and humiliated, Jiang Xing roared at the servants. They scattered in fear, leaving Jiang Xing standing there alone, looking like a pathetic clown. Jiang Yuan returned to his own courtyard, still unsettled. Today's events made him understand his situation even more clearly. He must raise his strength as quickly as possible if he wanted to survive in this perilous world. And the martial academy. Perhaps it was the perfect opportunity. Jiang Yuan clenched the token tightly, his eyes glinting with determination. The martial academy had to seize this chance. He reminded himself that although the academy was officially meant to train the heirs of nobles, in reality, it was a hidden battleground for all factions vying for power. As a mere illegitimate son of a marquis, with neither power nor influence, standing firm there would be incredibly difficult. But if he could use this opportunity to quietly build his own faction, then things would be very different. A sharp gleam flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes. He had already formed a plan. He would use the martial academy as a platform to befriend promising young nobles, nurturing them into his trusted followers. Most of those admitted into the academy were outwardly frivolous, but inwardly desperate to make a name for themselves. Such people were easier to sway and control. As long as he could provide them with enough benefits and opportunities, they would surely pledge their loyalty to him. The more Jiang Yuan thought about it, the more feasible the plan seemed. He engraved it silently in his heart. Meanwhile, back in his own courtyard, Jiang Xing grew angrier the more he thought about it. With a vicious kick, he overturned a table, sending teacups and pots crashing to the ground. Damn Jiang Yuan! How dare he oppose me? A mere illegitimate son, how can he be compared to me? Jiang Xing's heart burned with jealousy and fury. He couldn't comprehend why that so-called waste Jiang Yuan had earned the emperor's recognition and been allowed into the martial academy. And he, the legitimate son of the Marquis' house, needed his father's maneuvering just to get in? It was unbearable. A humiliation beyond words. No. I won't let this stand. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes. I'll make Jiang Yuan pay the price. He thought of his cousin Zhou Tsongming, who was already a member of the martial academy. Zhou Tsongming held quite a reputation there, commanding a gang of followers. Arrogant and domineering, no one dared provoke him. With his cousin's help, wouldn't dealing with Jiang Yuan be a simple matter? The thought made Jiang Xing's lips curl into a cold smile. Jiang Yuan, just you wait. Once you're in the martial academy, you'll suffer miserably. What's a mere bastard? Even if you enter the martial academy, with my cousin there, I'll have countless chances to crush you. Let's see who has the last laugh. The next morning an imperial edict was delivered to the Marquis' residence. Its contents were just as Jiang Yuan had expected. He was awarded 200,000 taels of silver, while Jiang Xing was granted a nominal 6th-rank idle position. Although merely a useless post, for Jiang Xing, it was a tremendous honor. He paraded around the residence with the decree in hand, proudly showing it off everywhere, terrified that someone might not know he had received imperial favor. Jiang Yuan, however, dismissed his antics with contempt. What mattered most now was how to best use the 200,000 taels of silver. For him, it was a fortune. He needed to manage it wisely, laying the foundation for his future. So he couldn't even be bothered to respond to Jiang Xing's provocations. In the capital at Chuanfeng Pavilion. Since Jiang Yuan had purchased the establishment, it had ceased operations. The once bustling and lively pavilion now stood desolate and deserted. Its grand doors remained shut, the red lanterns once hanging at the entrance had been removed, leaving only bare wooden beams. Amid the noise of the capital, it looked bleak and out of place. Passers-by occasionally stopped to glance inside, only to leave shaking their heads with puzzled, mocking smiles. Have you heard? The general's son-in-law bought Chuanfeng Pavilion. He bought it? Is he out of his mind? Ha, I bet he just wants nightly indulgence in wine and women. I'd say so. He spent a fortune to buy it, then closed it down clearly for his own private pleasures. Who knows? But the whole city's talking about it. They say that son-in-law of the general is a complete wastrel, spending 100,000 taels on a brothel only to shut it down. Stupidity beyond measure. Tea houses and taverns, street corners, and alleys. The rumor spread like wildfire across the capital. In no time, Jiang Yuan's name had become the biggest laughingstock in the city. People mocked him as a useless dandy, squandering wealth and disgracing his family. Some even made up jokes and stories, ridiculing his foolishness, cementing his reputation as a wastrel. Inside the general's mansion, Su Muying naturally heard of the rumors. She sat in her study with a military text in hand, though she couldn't read a word. She had heard all the gossip spreading through the capital. Although she knew Jiang Yuan had purchased Chuanfeng Pavilion in order to open a textile workshop, he was still her fiancé. How could she tolerate people mocking him so shamelessly? Her fists clenched in anger. Those spreading slander deserved death. Jiang Yuan was clearly working towards something meaningful. How had it turned into a laughingstock in their mouths? No. She had to go to him, to help him open the textile workshop as soon as possible. Determined, Su Muying rose to her feet and immediately set off toward Chuanfeng Pavilion. Behind the closed doors of Chuanfeng Pavilion a very different scene unfolded. Jiang Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and set down his hammer. Try again. I adjusted the spacing this time, the fabric should come out more even. Jiang Rower nodded firmly, her eyes full of admiration. Young master, you're truly amazing. After being readjusted, the loom began producing fabric of noticeably higher quality. Even compared with the finest cloth in the Great Zhou, it was hardly inferior. Master, the fabric has been woven. Jiang Rower's voice carried excitement as she carefully held up the silk freshly produced by the loom. She stroked it cautiously, her face full of disbelief. Heavens, young master, this efficiency is too amazing. And look at the quality, it's far better than anything we've ever seen before. Jiang Rower couldn't stop marveling, her eyes shining with joy. Jiang Yuan smiled faintly. Seeing the result before him, he was quite satisfied. It's much better than before. It seems we're on the right path. Keep going like this, and it won't be long before we can mass produce. He walked over to the loom and carefully inspected every detail. Jiang Rower leaned closer too, curiously studying the massive machine. Young master, how did you ever come up with something this powerful? This is practically like some divine art. Jiang Yuan chuckled, deliberately keeping a mysterious air. A secret weapon cannot be leaked. Jiang Rower stuck out her tongue, knowing he was joking. Still, her admiration for Jiang Yuan deepened even further. Just then, a maidservant came running in a hurry. Young master, a lady general has come from outside, saying she wishes to see you. A lady general? Jiang Yuan was taken aback, then quickly realized. Could it be Su Muying, Miss Su? The maid nodded quickly. Yes, it's the general's daughter. Miss Su. Jiang Yuan raised his brows slightly. I hadn't expected Su Muying to come personally to Chuanfeng House. Hurry, invite her now, I'll go greet her myself. He straightened his robes and strode quickly toward the front hall. In his heart, curiosity stirred. Why would the general's daughter suddenly pay a visit? Could it be that the general's mansion had some opinion about Chuanfeng House? As he walked, Jiang Yuan turned over the possibilities in his mind. Soon, he arrived at the hall. There stood a tall, heroic woman in tight-fitted attire, surveying the hall with sharp eyes. Her figure was slender yet commanding, her brows carrying a bold heroic spirit. It was none other than Su Muying. She noticed Jiang Yuan at once, her gaze falling on him. Her eyes were piercing, as if she meant to see right through him. Jiang Yuan felt a faint chill in his heart, but quickly stepped forward and bowed politely. I did not know Miss Su would grace us with her presence. Forgive me for failing to greet you sooner. Su Muying glanced at him lightly, her voice calm. Jiang Gongzi, you're too courteous. I came today merely to see for myself what kind of place this Chuanfeng House is, that has stirred such a commotion across the capital. As she spoke, her eyes swept over the hall again. Although the Chuanfeng House had suspended operations, the lingering air of luxury still remained. The hall was lavishly decorated, famous calligraphy and paintings hung on the walls, and fine porcelain stood in the corners. But now, with no guests, the place seemed a bit desolate. Her gaze eventually fell on a folding screen. On it was painted a beauty half-veiled, half-exposed, her posture full of seductive allure. That provocative pose made Su Muying's heart skip before she frowned faintly. She had never held much affection for brothels and courtesan houses. Now, seeing such images, her distaste deepened further. Did Jiang Yuan truly buy Chuanfeng House to turn it into a weaving workshop, or was that just a cover? Doubt crept into her heart. At that moment, a steady thump-thump-thump resounded from the rear courtyard. The deep, rhythmic noise was especially distinct in the quiet building. Su Muying blinked, surprised, and turned toward the sound. What is that noise? Jiang Yuan smiled faintly and explained, that's the sound of the loom. The loom? Her puzzlement only deepened. She knew Jiang Yuan had plans to convert Chuanfeng House into a weaving house. But the looms of Great Zhou were crude, they could never make such heavy, resonant sounds. She simply couldn't connect that noise with the looms she knew. Seeing her doubt, Jiang Yuan smiled. Miss Su, please follow me. One look and you'll understand. He gestured for her to come along and led her toward the courtyard. Curious despite herself, Su Muying followed. They passed through a doorway, and the scene opened wide before her eyes. The once empty courtyard had been completely transformed. Now, a row of enormous machines stood neatly in place. Complex structures of interlocking gears turned in steady rhythm. The thump-thump-thump sound came precisely from these machines. At their far end, smooth bolts of cloth rolled out in an unending stream. The fabric was lustrous and delicate, shimmering faintly in the sunlight. Su Muying froze, her eyes going wide, her face filled with shock. She was utterly dumbfounded by what she saw. These massive machines were like nothing she had ever laid eyes on. And the fabric they produced was astonishing. What is this? She couldn't help but exclaim, her voice trembling. Jiang Yuan smiled lightly, placing a hand on one of the looms. This is my improved loom. It can greatly increase both efficiency and quality. Su Muying hurried forward, studying each component with intense curiosity and wonder. You truly made this yourself? She turned to Jiang Yuan, disbelief in her tone. He nodded with a calm smile. Of course. To build these looms, I put in no small amount of effort. Once more she looked at the machines at work, her eyes filled with awe. She had assumed that even with Chuanfeng House, Jiang Yuan's weaving workshop would struggle. She never imagined he could create something this extraordinary. If these looms could really be mass-produced, they would bring earth-shaking change to the textile industry of Great Zhou. And as for what he had said before about making her a model for all women of Great Zhou, could it be that he wished for those women of the red light quarters, who lived by selling themselves, to also have a dignified livelihood? With that thought, Su Muying's gaze toward Jiang Yuan softened. Perhaps this man truly was her destined match. As she thought this, her cheeks grew faintly flushed, and even her voice carried a touch of girlish shyness. Jiang Gongzi, how did you manage to do this? Did you perhaps study the arts of mechanisms before? Jiang Yuan blinked, momentarily stunned. The bold female general, famed for her martial valor, was showing the demeanor of a maiden before him. Ahem. You truly wish to know? Call me husband once. And I'll tell you. Jiang Yuan rubbed his darkened eye sockets, his face showing a depressed expression. Su Muying, however, suppressed a laugh. She pulled out a box of ointment from her bosom and handed it to him. It's just a superficial wound. Use this ointment and you'll be fine by tomorrow. As for that ancient book you mentioned, it's quite interesting. Unfortunately, it has already been lost. Although she felt some doubts in her heart, she didn't press further. After all, some extraordinary people and strange encounters truly defied explanation. Perhaps Jiang Yuan really had some fortuitous encounter. Su Muying looked at the loom in front of her, filled with emotion. Not only did Jiang Yuan possess astonishing talent, he also had a practical, hard-working spirit. How could such a person possibly be the so-called good-for-nothing spendthrift rumored about in the capital? Jiang Yuan accepted the ointment, twisted it a few times, but couldn't open it. Not believing it, he applied more force. Yet the ointment box seemed glued shut, refusing to open. Seeing his awkward posture, Su Muying couldn't help but burst into laughter, radiant and dazzling. All right, let me help you. It doesn't open by twisting. As she spoke, she snatched the box, pressed gently, then twisted it open with ease. In the next moment, a milky white ointment emitting a faint medicinal fragrance appeared before Jiang Yuan. His old face instantly turned red with embarrassment. Shameful, utterly shameful. He was supposed to be a genius, with knowledge from a future life. How could he stumble here? Su Muying, seeing his depressed expression, laughed even more joyfully, her clear voice ringing like silver bells. Don't sulk. The first time I used this kind of ointment, I couldn't open it either. Come, let me apply it for you. Jiang Yuan was slightly startled. Looking at those jade-like fingers so close to him, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Su Muying was clearly a warrior of the battlefield, yet he hadn't expected her hands to be so well cared for. But wait. Where was the nail on her middle finger? At the Jiang Marquis residence, in Jiang Xing's courtyard, laughter and cheers rang out. Ha ha ha, good. Well done. Jiang Xing was full of pride, patting his subordinate's shoulder and laughing loudly. Spread the word just like that. Let the whole capital know that Jiang Yuan, that useless waste, has bought Chunfang brothel. I want him ruined, utterly disgraced, the laughingstock of the entire capital. The servant flattered him obsequiously. Speaking in a servile tone, young master is brilliant. Now that brat Jiang Yuan will be humiliated beyond redemption. A fallen concubine-born son of a marquis dares to buy Chunfang brothel? He's digging his own grave. Once the general's mansion finds out, they'll never let him off. Jiang Xing stroked his chin, his eyes flashing with sinister gleam. Humph. The Su family, those brute soldiers, value reputation above all else. Jiang Yuan buying Chunfang brothel is nothing but smearing filth on their face. When the time comes, the Su family will surely settle accounts with him. Perhaps they'll even annul the engagement. At this thought, Jiang Xing grew even more excited. He could already picture Jiang Yuan being cast aside by the Su family, expelled from the Marquis estate in disgrace. Young master, what should we do next? Jiang Xing's eyes flickered cunningly, and he said, Go. We'll head to Chunfang brothel. See what that useless trash is up to. And while we're at it, we'll fan the flames, let him die faster. With that, Jiang Xing led a band of cronies, swaggering aggressively toward Chunfang brothel. He wanted to see just how badly Jiang Yuan would disgrace himself. Inside Chunfang brothel, Su Muying was brimming with excitement as she examined the loom, liking it more the longer she looked. Jiang Rower also leaned closer, gazing at the increasingly uniform fabric, her dimples showing as she smiled sweetly. Young master, this fabric's quality is getting better and better. Holding up a freshly woven piece, her face lit with joy. This is far superior to anything on the market. Jiang Yuan smiled faintly, deliberately putting on a proud air as he said casually, Of course. This loom was personally designed by me. The fabric it weaves is naturally extraordinary. Jiang Rower nodded earnestly, her admiration for him overflowing. Young master, you're incredible. With these looms, our cloth workshop will definitely prosper. Jiang Yuan smiled slightly, about to reply, when suddenly a noisy commotion came from outside. Jiang Yuan! Get out here! Jiang Xing's arrogant, piercing voice resounded. Jiang Yuan frowned, his eyes flashing with annoyance. This Jiang Xing truly like a lingering ghost. Young master, it's that scoundrel Jiang Xing. Jiang Rower angrily waved her little fists, her chubby cheeks puffed up in anger. Jiang Yuan only sneered coldly, a glint of frost in his eyes. Come, let's go see. He took Jiang Rower and walked out of the backyard. The moment they stepped out, they saw Jiang Xing leading a group of men, standing menacingly in the courtyard. Jiang Yuan, you useless waste. Finally dared to come out. Jiang Xing, upon seeing him, immediately shouted arrogantly. I thought you'd become a cowardly turtle, too scared to show your face. Jiang Yuan glanced at him indifferently. Jiang Xing, why aren't you staying in your own courtyard? What business do you have here? What business? Jiang Xing echoed mockingly, then suddenly burst into wild laughter, full of arrogance. Of course I came to see what kind of disgraceful mess you've created. What, do you really plan to run a brothel here? Have you no shame? You've dragged the Jiang family's name through the mud. Pointing at Jiang Yuan's nose, he cursed viciously. Jiang Yuan looked back coldly, his voice calm yet cutting. Who said I was opening a brothel? Jiang Xing froze for a moment, then sneered back in disbelief. Not a brothel? Then why'd you buy Chunfang brothel? What? You want to turn it into a tea house? Don't think I don't know you're just a useless bum with no skills. Let me tell you, news of you buying Chunfang brothel has already spread throughout the capital. Everyone knows you're a first-class wastrel. Just wait to be ruined and ridiculed. But Jiang Yuan remained unmoved, answering coolly, I bought Chunfang brothel because I have my own plans for it. As for what those plans are, you'll know soon enough. Humph. Bluffing. Jiang Xing snorted coldly, deeply dissatisfied with his composure. I know you're just making excuses for your debauchery. You're tarnishing the Marquis household's name. Do you think father will forgive you? Jiang Yuan's eyes glimmered with ridicule. Jiang Xing, aren't you meddling a bit too much? I used my own money to buy Chunfang brothel. What does it have to do with you or with the Marquis estate? Besides, that money wasn't given by father. Jiang Xing was stunned, not expecting Jiang Yuan to speak so boldly. Fine, fine. You think just because you have the Su family's protection, you can be arrogant? But I'll tell you, this old General Su values reputation above all else. He won't stand by while you squander the Su family's dowry. And Su Mainger temper is fierce. Once she learns of this, she'll surely cast you off. Muing is gentle, virtuous, and knows the greater picture. She would never divorce me. Jiang Yuan looked coldly at Jiang Xing, then suddenly the corners of his lips lifted into a faint smile. And besides, did you forget that His Majesty rewarded me with 200,000 taels of silver? This Chunfang brothel only cost me a few tens of thousands. There was no need to touch the dowry of the Su family at all. A mere few tens of thousands of silver is nothing more than paying for a bit of amusement. If little brother likes, then why not buy one yourself? Tens of thousands of taels. Why did it sound like, in Jiang Yuan's mouth, it was as worthless as a few coins? Wait a minute, who's the real legitimate son of the Marquis' household here? Jiang Xing's expression immediately turned sour. Tens of thousands of taels of silver was no small sum for him. Even though he was the Marquis' legitimate son, his monthly allowance was only a few hundred taels. And ever since his engagement, the Lu Jiying family had been draining him for money. Now, he couldn't even take out tens of thousands of silver. But Jiang Yuan had bought a brothel with tens of thousands, and brushed it off as just buying himself a bit of fun? No, this wasn't right. He was the one who had made the correct choice, so why was his life the miserable one? You're nothing but a wastrel. Jiang Xing shouted in anger, his eyes bloodshot, his tone dripping with jealousy and hatred. With that much money, don't you know to save it? You actually wasted it on buying a brothel. Do you not understand? Spending like this will bring retribution upon you. Jiang Yuan looked at Jiang Xing's agitated manner and found it utterly laughable. His playboy younger brother was now lecturing him about saving money? Had he forgotten his own days of reckless indulgence? As for the Marquis' household, apart from that little courtyard, Jiang Yuan held no feelings toward it. Jiang Yuan, don't get smug here. Seeing the mockery on Jiang Yuan's face, Jiang Xing grew even angrier. Gritting his teeth, he roared, do you think that just because you bought Chunfang brothel you can do whatever you please? I tell you, you're walking straight to your death. The Su family will definitely not let you off. Just wait, your marriage will be annulled soon enough. By then, there won't be a place for you in the entire Marquis' household. But before his voice had even finished echoing, a cold, crisp voice suddenly came from the doorway. Who said we're annulling the engagement? Everyone turned their heads, only to see Su Muing stride in, clad in her martial attire, heroic and valiant. Su Muing. Jiang Xing was stunned, completely caught off guard. He never thought Su Muing would appear here. Why? Why did you come? He stammered. Su Muying merely cast him an icy glance. Why can't I come? This is my fiancé's business. What's the problem with me taking a look? Fiancé? Jiang Xing froze in disbelief. Su Muying actually acknowledged, in public, that Jiang Yuan was her fiancé? How could that be possible? Wasn't the Su family obsessed with their reputation? Did they not know Jiang Yuan had purchased a brothel? Why, then, would Su Muying still admit such a relationship? Jiang Xing's mind whirled with confusion. He couldn't make sense of it. Miss Su, did Jiang Yuan trick you? He didn't buy Chuanfeng brothel for any legitimate business. He only bought it for his own indulgence. You mustn't be fooled by him. Su Muying let out a cold laugh, her eyes filled with disdain. Had this been before she came here, she might not have been so sure. But after witnessing the marvel of the weaving machine with her own eyes, she was thoroughly convinced Jiang Yuan's textile workshop was absolutely viable. Jiang Xing, aren't you overstepping? What my fiancé does is not for you to meddle in. Let me tell you, Jiang Yuan bought Chuanfeng brothel to open a textile workshop. A textile workshop? Jiang Xing was even more confused. Him? A useless waste? Opening a textile workshop? He's just using that as an excuse to cover up his crimes. Miss Su, don't be fooled. Su Muying could not be bothered to waste more words. She cut straight to the point, believe it or not, hats up to you. But I'm here today to help Jiang Yuan. Jiang Xing, I'm warning you. Stop causing trouble here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. With that, she no longer paid him any attention and walked straight toward Jiang Yuan. Jiang Xing stood rooted, his face alternating between green and white. Never had he thought Su Muying would defend Jiang Yuan like this. This only deepened his jealousy and rage. Jiang Yuan, you worthless fool. You only know how to hide behind women. Just you wait. With that, he stormed off with his lackeys, tail tucked between his legs. Don't let the words of others weigh on you, young Master Jiang. Su Muying walked up to Jiang Yuan, her voice resolute. I believe in you. You will make this workshop succeed. Jiang Yuan looked at her, her eyes brimming with trust and support, and his heart warmed. Thank you, Miss Su. I will not disappoint you. Su Muying nodded, then pulled out a stack of banknotes from her sleeve, handing them over. This is 50,000 taels in notes. Take them first. Jiang Yuan was startled, his eyes widening. Miss Su, this is my private savings, she said calmly. Your business is just starting, and there are still many expenses. Keeping the money with me is useless. Better it be used by you. Jiang Yuan was touched. He never thought Su Muying would trust him so deeply, so much that she would even hand over her private savings. Miss Su, I can't accept this money. Jiang Yuan shook his head, his gaze firm. How could I use your personal savings? You needn't be so polite, young Master Jiang. Su Muying smiled faintly, carrying the heroic air of a general. Think of this money as my investment. Investment? Jiang Yuan was puzzled. That's right. I believe in your textile workshop. This 50,000 taels will be my capital investment. When the workshop makes a profit, I'll take my share of dividends. Jiang Yuan studied her. Her eyes gleamed with shrewdness. This was no impulsive act. Miss Su truly has an eye for business. He laughed and accepted the banknotes decisively. In that case, I shall not refuse. But, about the dividend ratio, must discuss it properly. Of course, Su Muying replied with a nod. The two exchanged a smile, understanding without words. 3 days later, Chuanfeng Textile Workshop officially opened. But just as Jiang Yuan had expected, because Chuanfeng Brothel had once been a place of pleasure, on its opening day, the streets were empty, and not a single guest came. Standing at the door, Jiang Yuan frowned at the desolate street. Even Jiang Roer was growing anxious. She couldn't help blurting out, "Young master, what should we do? Our cloth is so fine, why is no one coming to buy it?" "Don't worry, the real show is just about to begin." The corners of his mouth curved upward, revealing a mysterious smile. At that moment, a carriage stopped at the entrance of Chuanfeng Pavilion. Su Muying, dressed in her military uniform, stepped down proudly. She strode into Chuanfeng Pavilion in full view, instantly drawing the attention of passers-by. "Isn't that General Su? Why is she here? But this is a brothel, isn't it? Why would General Su come to such a place?" In an instant, murmurs and speculation erupted. Everyone was shocked by Su Muying's sudden appearance. After all, she was the only female general in the Great Zhou. In the hearts of the people, especially among women, her reputation was towering. But why would she show up at a brothel? This was simply unbelievable. Su Muying, ignoring the whispers around her, walked straight to Jiang Yuan. "Master Jiang, I've come to buy fabric." She pulled out a thick stack of silver notes. "Will this be enough?" Jiang Yuan smiled. "How much fabric does Miss Su need?" "Wrap up all of your best fabric here," she said boldly. "My father has decreed that the entire general's mansion must wear new garments for our wedding banquet." At those words, her cheeks flushed slightly red. "Of course," Jiang Yuan replied, his eyes catching the faint blush on her face. His heart stirred slightly. A valiant beauty showing shyness, what a rare and captivating sight. But quickly regaining his composure, he ordered Jiang Rower to make the arrangements. Jiang Rower hurried out with several maids, carrying out rolls of exquisite cloth. Su Muying's eyes lit up as she looked at them. "These fabrics are indeed remarkable. Even better than those from a few days ago." She nodded in satisfaction. "Pack them all up." "Yes, Miss Su." Jiang Rower and the maid swiftly bundled the fabrics and handed them over to Su Muying's attendants. Su Muying paid the silver and left with heaps of fabric under the stunned gaze of the crowd. The moment she departed, the entrance of Chuanfeng Pavilion was in an uproar. "General Su actually bought fabric here? Are these fabrics really that good? If even General Su is buying, this place must be extraordinary." Before long, word spread across the capital about Chuanfeng Pavilion's fabric workshop. As the Great Zhou's only female general, Su Muying had immense influence among women. Every move she made was watched with great attention. Now, having personally come to Chuanfeng Pavilion to buy fabric, she had unintentionally given the shop the best possible advertisement. Noble ladies soon caught wind of the news. Their curiosity piqued, they began flocking to Chuanfeng Pavilion to see for themselves. And when they entered and laid eyes on the fabrics, they were instantly stunned. Heavens, these fabrics are gorgeous. Yes, the texture, the patterns more exquisite than the tribute cloth in the palace. Can these truly be produced by a workshop? I've never seen fabric of this quality. The ladies exclaimed in wonder, utterly entranced by the fabrics. Jiang Rower, with the help of the former maids from the brothel, enthusiastically introduced the various fabrics and their features. "Ladies, these are all woven with looms designed personally by our young master. This one is cloud brocade, made from the finest silk, crafted through more than 100 steps. It's light as clouds, smooth as water, the best choice for dresses. This one is shoe brocade, brilliant in color and delicate in pattern, ideal for ceremonial gowns. And this one, song brocade, is thick and warm, perfect for winter wear." Jiang Rower's clear explanation showcased the unique traits of each cloth. The ladies listened attentively, growing even more enamored. "How much per bolt?" one lady asked. "This lady, cloud brocade is 100 taels per bolt, shoe brocade 80, and song brocade 60. Jiang Rower answered with a smile. "What? That expensive?" another lady exclaimed. "You may not know, but the quality is worth every coin," Jiang Rower explained. "And these are limited in supply, once sold, there are no more." Limited supply? At that, the ladies were even more tempted. After all, they were daughters of wealthy families, silver hardly mattered to them. "I'll take 2 bolts of cloud brocade." I want a bolt of shoe brocade. I'll have 2 bolts of song brocade. Soon, the noble ladies scrambled to place their orders, afraid of missing out. Meanwhile, Chuanfeng Pavilion also sold mid-tier fabrics at more affordable prices, though still superior to the common market. These two found eager buyers. Not everyone was a noble's daughter, but even those from modest families wanted at least a little. Jiang Yuan, of course, would not neglect them. Very quickly, Chuanfeng Pavilion's fame spread like wildfire throughout the capital. From nobles to commoners, everyone sang praises of their fabrics. Business boomed day by day. Standing by the upstairs window, Jiang Yuan gazed at the bustling crowds below with a satisfied smile. He knew his plan had succeeded. Chuanfeng Pavilion's fabric workshop had firmly established its place in the capital. And all of this was thanks to Su Muying's divine assist. Turning to her at his side, Jiang Yuan's eyes shone with gratitude. Miss Su, I truly must thank you. Without you, Chuanfeng Pavilion would never have risen so swiftly. He spoke from the heart. Breaking into the market hadn't been easy. Without her help, it would have taken far longer to reach this point. No wonder he felt so grateful. Su Muying smiled softly, her eyes full of warmth. Master Jiang, you're too polite. This is our joint effort. Even without me, with fabric of such quality, your business was bound to prosper. Jiang Yuan smiled faintly, shaking his head. The great Zhou was still deeply bound by feudal prejudice. Without Su Muying's help, it would have been difficult for Chuanfeng Pavilion to shed its brothel reputation. But then again, since Su Muying was already his own, helping him was only natural. Just then, Jiang Roer's excited voice rang out from outside the door. Young master, Miss Su. We've made a fortune today. Jiang Roer pushed open the door and ran inside, her face overflowing with unconcealed joy. Master, Miss Su, today our cloth workshop's turnover reached a full 20,000 taels of silver. As she spoke, she handed the account book to Jiang Yuan, her voice trembling with excitement. This is simply unbelievable. Jiang Yuan took the account book, flipped through it casually, and then handed it to Su Muying beside him. Su Muying accepted it and read carefully, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise. 20,000? You actually made 20,000 taels in a single day? She lifted her head to look at Jiang Yuan, her gaze carrying a trace of probing curiosity. Master Jiang, the money-making ability of this workshop truly makes one look at you with new eyes. Jiang Yuan gave a faint smile, as though everything was already within his grasp. This is only the beginning. There's no need to be surprised, Miss Su. He placed the account book on the table, his tone calm. The potential of this workshop goes far beyond this. Su Muying arched her brows, intrigued by his confidence. Oh? Does Master Jiang have some further plan? She asked with interest, could it be that this workshop still has room to grow even bigger? Jiang Yuan walked to the window, gazing down at the bustling crowd in the street. A sharp glint flickered in his eyes. The business of Chuanfeng Pavilion is merely the start. He turned around, looking at Su Muying, the corners of his lips curving upward. Next, I intend to develop new products. New products? Su Muying asked doubtfully, are there really new tricks when it comes to cloth? Of course. Jiang Yuan smiled mysteriously. There are countless good things in this world. Cloth is only one of them. Next, I will launch more products so that the people of Great Zhou can live better lives. Su Muying looked at Jiang Yuan, curiosity filling her heart. This man always seemed able to bring surprises. She faintly sensed that Jiang Yuan's ambition went far beyond a single workshop. Master Jiang, you make me more and more curious. Su Muying said softly, I truly look forward to what earth-shattering things you will do next. Jiang Yuan laughed heartily, but did not answer. His eyes brimmed with confidence. At Jiang Marquis Manor, inside Jiang Xing's room, chaos reigned. He had just smashed a teacup on the floor, shards scattering everywhere. Useless. Useless. All of you are useless. Jiang Xing roared, his face twisted, eyes bloodshot. He had just returned from outside and heard about Chuanfeng Pavilion's booming cloth sales. Jealousy drove him mad, his rage almost consuming him. That worthless Jiang Yuan, to think he earned so much just by selling cloth. Jiang Xing gnashed his teeth. He's nothing but a merchant, skilled only at scheming. The servants of the Marquis Manor stood by cautiously, hardly daring to breathe. They knew their young master was furious, and no one wished to court disaster. Young master, please don't be angry. His confidant tried to comfort him in a low voice. This Jiang Yuan just had a stroke of dumb luck. How long can he really stay smug? Humph. Exactly. Jiang Xing sneered. If Jiang Yuan had any real ability, he'd be on the battlefield, killing enemies and earning military merit. Selling cloth, what kind of skill is that? Great Zhou needs civil and military officials, not merchants like him. The surrounding servants all nodded repeatedly, chiming in, young master is right, Jiang Yuan is just trash. He'll never compare to you. Hearing their words, Jiang Xing's expression eased slightly. Humph. Sooner or later, I'll make Jiang Yuan pay. He said viciously, the martial academy is about to open. Let's wait and see. In the imperial palace, inside the imperial study. The emperor of Great Zhou sat upright, holding a memorial in his hand, his brows tightly furrowed. This Jiang Yuan, actually earning so much silver just by selling cloth? The emperor set the memorial down, his tone laced with disdain. Truly a frivolous good-for-nothing dandy. The chief eunuch stood silently with his head bowed, not daring to interject. The emperor gave a cold snort and continued, he thinks he can prosper just by selling cloth? How laughable. What my great Zhou needs are pillars of state, learned in letters and skilled in arms, not merchants who only know how to chase profit. Pass along my decree, have the Ministry of Rights keep a close eye on Jiang Yuan, and see what exactly he intends. Yes, your majesty. The chief eunuch quickly obeyed. The emperor waved his hand, signaling him to withdraw. Gazing out the window, his eyes brimmed with disdain. To him, a minor marquis's illegitimate son was hardly worth a thought. Were it not for that old fox Zhou Xian. In the general's mansion, inside the study. Zhou Xian sat at his desk, holding a report in hand, his expression grave. Su Muying stood quietly at the side, watching her father. Muying, what is your opinion of this Jiang Yuan? Zhou Xian put down the report and looked at her, his tone even. Su Muying was slightly startled. She hadn't expected her father to suddenly ask about Jiang Yuan. After a pause, she replied, Father, Jiang Yuan truly is somewhat extraordinary. Oh? In what way extraordinary? Zhou Xian arched his brows, interest in his voice. He invented a kind of weaving loom. In my view, it is enough to change the entire industry. Su Muying said earnestly. That is not something ordinary people could achieve. Moreover, he seems to possess a unique insight into commerce, which surprised me greatly. Zhou Xian nodded, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. So, you think quite highly of your fiancé? Su Muying nodded, her eyes flickering with a faintly unusual light. Father, do you think? Could it be that the Zhou family's hope of breaking our current predicament might rest with him? Zhou Xian's expression changed slightly at her words. He studied his daughter carefully, as if trying to read her face. Muying, why do you think this way? Su Muying was silent for a moment, then said slowly, your daughter dares not speak recklessly, but Jiang Yuan is by no means a man of the shallows. He has talent vast enough to order the world. I believe the Zhou family has truly found a treasure in him. Zhou Xian was shaken, great waves surging in his heart. He had not expected his daughter to give Jiang Yuan such a high evaluation. He fell into deep thought. After a long silence, he finally spoke, Muying, what do you think your father should do with him? Zhou Xian raised his head and looked at her, his tone faintly probing. Su Muying smiled lightly. Father, although Jiang Yuan is my fiancé, I will of course place the interests of the Zhou family above all else. But in my view, with Jiang Yuan's abilities, he may indeed be able to help us out of our current plight. So, perhaps it would be worthwhile to let him have access to certain matters earlier? Su Xian was momentarily stunned. He pondered a while, then gave a faint smile without committing. You trust him that much? Still, for now your father can still hold on. It won't be too late for him to come into contact with those things after he graduates from the Martial Academy. Mewing, if I remember correctly, you are also serving as an instructor at the academy this term, are you not? Why not take this opportunity to personally test your fiancé? After all, if matters of the Su family were to be mishandled, it would mean extermination of our entire clan. In the following days, the business at Chuanfeng Pavilion was like oil poured on fire, booming and blazing, silver flowing in endlessly, bustling with excitement. Every morning, a long line would form outside the door, all scrambling to buy those exquisite fabrics. Standing by the window on the second floor, Jiang Yuan watched the throngs below, yet his face carried little joy. He knew well that this frenzy was only due to novelty. Before long, the business would inevitably decline. Master, we sold another 30,000 taels today. Jiang Rower came running up with the account book in her arms, face full of excitement. I know. Jiang Yuan responded flatly, taking the account book and flipping through it casually. Master, you don't seem very happy? Jiang Rower looked at him in puzzlement, not understanding why he was so calm. Rower, though the business is good, it's not a long-term plan. Jiang Yuan set the account book down, his voice calm. Why not? Isn't our fabric good? Jiang Rower asked, still confused. The fabric is excellent, but the price is too high, ordinary people can't afford it. This. Jiang Rower began to understand. Her master wanted more common folk to be able to wear good clothes. So, I plan to introduce affordable cloth, so more people can buy it. As Jiang Yuan spoke, his eyes gleamed. Master, you're brilliant. Jiang Rower said happily. She too wished for the people to live better lives. Furthermore, I intend to open a branch shop in Anping Ward, dedicated to selling low-cost fabric. Jiang Yuan seemed to have already planned it out, his tone firm with conviction. Anping Ward? Isn't that where the commoners live? Master, you mean to boost sales? Exactly. Only there can more people gain access to our fabric. Jiang Yuan nodded, his gaze toward Rower carrying a hint of praise. Her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head. Master, you're truly amazing. Jiang Yuan smiled faintly, saying no more. He knew this was but one step in his larger plan. What he sought was not merely to clothe the people but to change the very rules of the world. To hasten its progress, Jiang Yuan decided to invite Su Mewing to Chuanfeng Pavilion. Rower, go ask Miss Su to come here. Tell her I have important business to discuss. Yes, master. Rower obeyed at once. Before long, Su Mewing arrived at Chuanfeng Pavilion, still clad in her military garb, heroic and valiant. Lord Jiang, what did you summon me for? She asked directly. Please, sit, Miss Su. Jiang Yuan smiled, gesturing to a seat. Once she was seated, Jiang Yuan laid out his plan to open a branch and sell affordable fabric. Miss Su, what do you think of this idea? Su Mewing listened, a glint of admiration flickering in her eyes. Lord Jiang, it's an excellent idea. I support you. But opening a branch will require many people. How do you plan to handle that? That is precisely why I asked you here. Excitement flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes as he continued, after all, you're now one of the major shareholders of our workshop. Of course, I should consult you on such matters. Su Mewing was taken aback, then chuckled. Lord Jiang, do you really consider me a business partner? I merely lent you a hand. Even a drop of kindness deserves a fountain in return. And besides, Miss Su trusts me so much. Jiang Yuan spoke with complete sincerity, looking at her intently. Her heart stirred slightly at his words. She gazed at him, her eyes softening with a trace of warmth. In that case, do as you see fit. You'll have my full support. Jiang Yuan thought for a moment, then said, Umping Ward is a fine location. I'm certain our cloth shop will shine brightly there. In that case, from now on, let's name our shop Yuaning Cloth House. Yuaning Cloth House? Su Muing murmured softly, her eyes flashing with something unspoken. She cast him a deep glance, her cheeks tinged red. Then it settled. The next morning, Rower came rushing in, brimming with excitement. Master! Master! Wonderful news! She burst into Jiang Yuan's room, shouting loudly. What is it? Why so flustered? Jiang Yuan asked with a smile, opening the door to let her in. Master, you won't believe it. The moment our cloth shop opened, within half an hour all the fabric was completely sold out. What? Sold out already? Jiang Yuan froze, his expression tightening. Something felt off. Yes. Master, you should have seen it. The people were like mad, fighting to buy fabric. Some even tried to place massive orders to buy everything we had. This doesn't seem right. Jiang Yuan frowned. Master, what's wrong with that? Isn't it good that our business is thriving? Rower asked, confused. Think carefully, Rower. No matter how good our fabric is, it shouldn't all be gone in just half an hour. This. Rower's face shifted. She too began to sense something wrong. It seems there's something more behind this. Jiang Yuan's eyes narrowed, suspicion clouding his thoughts. He had a strong feeling there was a hidden hand at play. Rower, send someone immediately to investigate. Find out who is behind this. Yes, Master. Rower left swiftly. Jiang Yuan stood by the window, gazing at the bustling crowds below, his mind sharp with caution. He knew he had become a thorn in someone's side. They would not let him off so easily. But did those fools really think that by buying up all the fabric, they could ruin Yuaning Cloth House's business? Utter short-sightedness. They had no idea of the power of machinery. At the thought, Jiang Yuan almost laughed. What a pack of idiots, deliberately sending him heaps of silver for free. With the current production of Chuanfeng Pavilion, even doubling the output would be no real problem. And compared to ordinary workshops, his needed over 80% fewer workers. The reason he hadn't expanded production yet was because he wanted to shear a few more fat sheep. After all, in the capital, nobles and powerful families were countless. Their purses overflowed with silver, while he himself was in need of it. So for now, he would keep the fabric prices high. Once these wealthy brats lost interest, he'd rebrand under a new name and slash prices. In this way, the profit he could squeeze out would exceed his expectations. At that thought, Jiang Yuan took a deep breath. Truly a horse grows fat by feeding at night, and a man prospers by seizing opportunity. No matter. First, let's make enough silver. Though those who had bought in bulk might very well be planning to resell. Everything unfolded exactly as Jiang Yuan had predicted. Over the next few days, every cloth workshop in the capital began selling finely crafted fabrics. What's more, the prices were even a tenth lower than those sold by Chuanfeng House. In an instant, the once thriving Chuanfeng House grew noticeably deserted. Inside Chuanfeng House, Jiang Rower looked at Jiang Yuan with deep worry, hesitating to speak. Master, what should we do now? All the workshops are cutting their prices. Our business. Jiang Yuan sneered, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. If they want a price war, then I'll gladly accompany them to the end. But master, if this continues, we'll be losing money, Jiang Rower said anxiously. Losing money? Rower, you think too much. I never do a business that loses. The corners of Jiang Yuan's lips curled into a faintly amused smile. Master, you mean? This matter is not urgent. What's pressing now is tomorrow's Martial Academy. He waved his hand lightly, signaling her not to worry. Martial Academy? Jiang Rower blinked, suddenly remembering that tomorrow was the Academy's opening day. Master, are you truly going to the martial academy? Of course. This is an opportunity, how could I miss it? Early the next morning, Jiang Yuan stepped out of the Marquis' residence, ready to head for the martial academy. As soon as he reached the gate, he saw the Jiang family carriage waiting outside. The curtain lifted, and Jiang Xing poked his head out. Jiang Yuan, up so late? Aren't you afraid of being late for the martial academy? His tone carried mockery as he continued, since father is fond of you, I'll give you a kind reminder, the martial academy values discipline above all. If you're late, they'll throw you out without hesitation. If you want to avoid being late, you'll need a carriage. But, there's only this one from our Jiang residence. If you want to ride. Well, I'm afraid that won't be possible. Jiang Yuan frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Xing. If my dear brother is unwilling to share the carriage, then simply go on your own. Well. Our illegitimate son actually has some backbone. Jiang Xing sneered, glancing at Jiang Yuan with disdain. I do so enjoy watching you act proud. Jiang Yuan, don't let me down. Go. With a wave of his hand, the carriage sped off, leaving Jiang Yuan standing there. Master, this. Jiang Rower stamped her foot angrily. Jiang Xing is too much. No matter. We'll walk. Jiang Yuan seemed utterly unbothered, as if the incident never happened. But master, the martial academy is far from here. If you really end up late. She was worried, but Jiang Yuan simply smiled and strode forward. It's fine, think of it as exercise. Besides, if they really throw me out of the martial academy, it may not be a bad thing. Jiang Rower widened her eyes in confusion. Master, what do you mean? Rower doesn't understand. It's fine if you don't understand. Just follow me. Jiang Yuan gently ruffled her hair, and the master and servant began walking toward the academy. At that moment, a carriage came up behind them and stopped at their side. The curtain lifted, revealing the valiant and spirited face of Su Muying. Master Jiang, where are you heading? Her voice was clear and bright, carrying her unique briskness. Miss Su? Jiang Yuan was a little surprised. Why are you here? I'm on my way to the martial academy. Passing by, I saw you two walking and thought I'd give you a ride. Su Muying smiled as she spoke. This. Wouldn't it trouble you? Jiang Yuan hesitated, but she motioned for the carriage to halt, inviting them aboard. At this hour, if you walk, you'll certainly be late. The academy is strict with its rules, better get on. In that case, many thanks, Miss Su. Jiang Yuan cupped his hands and climbed aboard. No need for courtesy, it's just a small favor, Su Muying said generously. Once inside, Jiang Yuan quickly noticed her carriage was unlike those of other noble ladies. It was shockingly plain. Apart from simple wooden tables and chairs, there was no feminine decoration at all. What is it? Do you find it too simple? Su Muying asked with a smile. Jiang Yuan blinked, then shook his head. Miss Su jests. This humble dwelling shines with virtue. It only shows your refined taste, different from the common powder and rouge. Su Muying's eyes widened. This humble dwelling shines with virtue? Could such words really come from a so-called frivolous wastrel? Though a general's daughter, she had been taught by great scholars since childhood and knew well the weight behind those simple lines. Looking at Jiang Yuan again, her gaze grew more intense. Master Jiang, may I ask which great scholar you studied under? Jiang Yuan only smiled faintly. Miss Su, you know my status. To survive until now is hard enough. Where would I have the chance to study under a great scholar? I've merely read a few more books than most. My apologies. Su Muying bowed slightly, then after a moment's thought, said, if Master Jiang wishes to pursue the literary path, my Su family could invite a great scholar to teach you the classics. What do you think? Jiang Yuan shook his head without hesitation. I've little interest in literary pursuits. I just enjoy reading miscellaneous books now and then. To me, business is far more interesting. Su Muying blinked, puzzled. Master Jiang, I have a rather blunt question, if you don't mind. You want to know why, since I clearly understand military strategy and the classics, I still choose the path of commerce, don't you? Su Muying nodded openly, without the coyness of other women. Exactly. Why does Master Jiang care so much about earning silver? Neither the Su family nor the Jiang Marquis is poor. You wouldn't understand, Miss Su. Jiang Yuan's expression turned deep as he spoke slowly. Commerce may seem unworthy of lofty halls. But take warfare, for example. You surely know the saying, before the troops march, provisions must come first. If the supplies run short. Halfway through, he suddenly stopped. For Su Muying's beautiful face had abruptly leaned in close to his. Miss Su, you. Before the troops march, provisions must come first. Her eyes shone as if staring at a rare treasure. Master Jiang, would you be willing to enter the army as my advisor? Jiang Yuan was utterly baffled. What was going on here? He had only said an army marches on its stomach. Was that really worth such a big reaction? Wait a second, didn't this mean that the military theory of Great Zhou was still at a very rudimentary stage? In his previous life, although he was a second-rank civil official, he knew little about military affairs. But judging from this, the military level of Great Zhou was laughably shallow. If he were to pull out the 36 stratagems, wouldn't he instantly become a god of war? Thinking of this, Jiang Yuan's heart burned hot with excitement. But soon, he calmed himself down. Throwing himself into the military to give Su Muying advice looked on the surface like a win-win situation, could showcase his ability and help Su Muying at the same time. But on closer thought, this was absolutely suicidal. The Emperor of Great Zhou already harbored deep suspicions toward the Grand General's Manor. If Jiang Yuan were to display outstanding military talent on top of that, the Emperor would surely lose sleep over it. At that point, he would find every way possible to destroy the Su family. And Jiang Yuan himself would inevitably become a thorn in his eye, a nail in his flesh. Besides, he now had neither foundation nor influence. To expose himself recklessly was far too dangerous. Now had to lie low, develop slowly. That was the true path. With that in mind, he shook his head and said, Miss Su, I truly have no interest in becoming a soldier. What I want is to shine in the world of commerce. Besides, the Grand General's Manor is not lacking in men of war, but rather in those who can provide logistical support. Su Muying pondered this for a moment. What Jiang Yuan said wasn't unreasonable. Especially that earlier phrase, an army marches on its stomach, which struck her deeply. Thinking of this, she lifted her delicate hand and poured him a cup of hot tea. I have learned from your words. Please, Jiang Gongzi, have some tea. Jiang Yuan took the cup, sipped, then deliberately changed the subject. Miss Su, today you're going to the martial training hall. Do you have important business there? Me? I'm actually one of the lecturers this session. Strictly speaking, you should be calling me teacher. Su Muying's tone carried a trace of pride. She added the jest with a youthful brightness. Jiang Yuan blinked, slightly surprised. Lecturer? Miss Su is actually a lecturer at the martial training hall? What? Doesn't that sound right? Su Muying raised her brows, a playful glint in her gaze. No, it suits you perfectly. Miss Su is valiant and spirited, a true heroine among women. Jiang Yuan quickly praised, even giving a thumbs up. Hearing this, Su Muying couldn't help but smile, her eyes showing a hint of admiration as she looked at him. Jiang Gongzi, you really know how to talk. Miss Su flatters me. The two chatted casually as they walked, and before long they arrived at the martial training hall. Outside the hall, quite a crowd had already gathered. Students come to attend the lectures. Nearby, Jiang Xing's carriage was parked. He was standing beside it, speaking with another young man. That man wore a brocade robe, a jade belt at his waist, clearly a wealthy scion. Cousin, how have you been lately? Jiang Xing asked obsequiously, face full of smiles. Still fine. The young man replied indifferently, a trace of impatience in his voice. This was none other than Jiang Xing's cousin, Zhou Tsongming, the son of the Vice Minister of Rites. Cousin, I especially prepared a gift for you. Please accept it. Jiang Xing produced a silk box from his robe and handed it over. Opening it, Zhou Tsongming found an exquisite jade pendant, crystal clear and very valuable. Cousin, you are thoughtful. He put the jade away, a smile finally appearing, his tone warming as well. As long as cousin likes it. Seeing this, Jiang Xing was overjoyed and leaned in closer. Cousin, I hear there's a new tavern in the capital that's quite good. When would you have time? I could arrange something. You do know how to please. Zhou Tsongming chuckled in satisfaction, squinting as he appraised Jiang Xing well, we're family. If you ever need help, just come find me. Thank you, cousin. In fact, there really is one matter where I could use your help. Outside the martial training hall. Jiang Xing stood among the crowd, face smug as he occasionally glanced toward the entrance. Dong dong dong. A deep bell echoed through the air, the signal for class to begin. According to the hall's rules, any student not inside by the bell would be marked late. Jiang Xing's smile widened. He looked around, but saw no sign of Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan, so you finally get your comeuppance. He gloated inwardly. Seems you know you can't make it in time and gave up. But even if you came, you'd only be thrown out of class. That'll teach you for being so arrogant these last few days. Tail practically in the sky. He was already plotting how best to use this chance to ruin Jiang Yuan's reputation completely. But after the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Jiang Yuan still hadn't appeared at the gate. Jiang Xing frowned, doubt creeping in. Could he really have given up? No, with his personality, he wouldn't give up so easily. Unless he's already inside? The thought made Jiang Xing's expression sour instantly. If Jiang Yuan had truly gone in already, his plan would fall apart. Just then, a familiar voice sounded behind him. Jiang Xing, teacher is calling you back to class. Jiang Xing spun around, wide-eyed. There was Jiang Yuan, standing behind him with a faint smile. Jiang Yuan? His shock was overwhelming. You. When did you get here? How come I didn't see you? He was baffled and rattled. How had Jiang Yuan appeared without him noticing at all? I've been here for a while. You were staring so hard at the gate, I didn't want to disturb you. Jiang Yuan's tone was calm, as if it were the simplest thing. Why, you're lying. Jiang Xing's face went pale, then flushed red. He pointed furiously. You only just arrived. I saw you walking over. Don't try to trick me. Jiang Xing, are you sick or something? Jiang Yuan frowned, sounding impatient. When I got here has nothing to do with you. Hurry back to class, before you embarrass yourself more. You. Jiang Xing shook with rage, about to retort when suddenly a stern voice boomed from inside the hall. Jiang Xing. Why are you dawdling outside? Get in at once. The sound was like thunder in his ears, making him flinch. Looking up, he saw the military strategy teacher standing at the door, face dark with anger. Teacher. Jiang Xing's face went ashen. His lips moved, but no words came out. Well? Get inside. Inside the martial academy, the ancient buildings stood in orderly clusters, with winding paths paved from bluestone. Green trees shaded both sides, creating a serene and quiet environment. The classrooms where the students studied were arranged neatly along these stone-paved walkways. Jiang Xing lowered his head, following behind the iron-faced Master Wu Yong as they stepped into the classroom, his heart growing increasingly uneasy. At that moment, Wu Yong's deep and commanding voice rang out from the lectern. Jiang Xing, do you admit your fault? Teacher, I. Sweat instantly beaded Jiang Xing's forehead, his confidence melting away. But Wu Yong had no intention of letting the matter slide. He barked harshly, as a student, you dared to be late on the very first day of class. If you look down on this martial academy, you may as well leave right now. Teacher, you don't understand. Jiang Xing tried to explain, but Wu Yong cut him off. The matter is already clear. What is there to explain? Stand at the back and reflect on your mistake. Do you have any complaint? I have none, teacher. Jiang Xing looked sullen but dared not anger Wu Yong. He didn't know exactly who this man was, but anyone who could serve as an instructor at the martial academy was by no means ordinary. Best not to offend him. With that in mind, Jiang Xing slunk to the back of the classroom to stand in punishment. Only then did Wu Yong let out a cold snort and move on. But standing alone at the back, Jiang Xing grew more and more resentful the longer he thought about it. Damn that Jiang Yuan, how had he managed to arrive at the academy? The household had no carriage anymore. He couldn't possibly have flown here. Unless someone secretly helped him? This bastard son sure had some luck. As the thought struck him, Jiang Xing stole a glance at Jiang Yuan, his eyes brimming with hatred. Meanwhile, Wu Yong cleared his throat and began the day's lesson. The martial academy, its essence lies in the words, martial practice. Today, let us speak of strategy and the art of war. A general must understand heaven's timing, earth's advantage, and human accord. Lacking any one of the three, even victory comes with ruin. So then before launching a campaign, what preparations must be made? His gaze swept across the students as he posed the question. Teacher, I think the first step should be to mobilize the army and gather troops. A richly dressed student spoke up first. That is indeed important, but any common man could have said the same. At best, that earns a grade of B-. Wu Yong's expression remained unchanged. He looked to the others. Anyone else? Teacher, I believe the priority should be scouting the enemy, so we are prepared for any situation. Another student answered, his response clearly more thoughtful. To know the enemy as well as oneself, yes, that is a clever choice. That can be graded B+. Wu Yong nodded, but without much approval on his face. The student's answers, while correct, remained shallow, far from the essence of true strategy. A flicker of disappointment flashed in his eyes as he listened to their discussion. The students, however, noticed nothing. Fired up, they debated more and more intensely. Some argued that weapons must be stockpiled, others that morale must be boosted, still others that the right moment to strike was crucial. Wu Yong listened with furrowed brows. None of it satisfied him. Then, his eyes drifted toward Jiang Xing at the back. Casually, he asked, Jiang Xing, let's hear your view. Jiang Xing froze. He had been daydreaming and hadn't even heard the question clearly. But he suddenly recalled his father, Lord Jiang, once mentioning something on this subject. Taking a gamble, he said, Teacher, I think the first step is to stockpile provisions. Oh? A flash of surprise lit Wu Yong's eyes. Jiang Xing's answer was unexpected. With just the two words, grain and fodder, this response was worth at least an A. Looking at him with interest, Wu Yong said, explain your reasoning. Jiang Xing's heart leapt. Thank heavens for Lord Jiang's advice. After a moment's thought, he answered with confidence, if there is no ample supply of provisions, how can an army fight? With abundant rations, soldiers' strength and morale can be fully unleashed. Good. Very good. Wu Yong couldn't help but praise him. His expression softened noticeably. To think that among this group of pampered sons, someone understands such a principle. Jiang Xing, you've done well. No need to stand any more. Return to your seat. Jiang Xing nearly burst with pride. Shooting a triumphant look at Jiang Yuan, he deliberately raised his voice, Teacher flatters me. In truth, my elder brother Jiang Yuan's grasp of strategy is far deeper than mine. You should ask him. His insight would surely outshine mine. He even gave Jiang Yuan a smug wink. Wu Yong paused, then turned to Jiang Yuan, his eyes amused. So the legitimate and illegitimate sons of the Jiang household were at odds? Interesting. But irrelevant to today's lesson. Jiang Yuan, what do you think? Jiang Yuan had intended to keep a low profile, but his brother clearly wouldn't let him. Rising slowly, he looked calmly at Wu Yong and said, I believe that beyond what has already been mentioned, there is another factor of utmost importance. And that is a just cause. A just cause? Wu Yong blinked, then frowned. What do you mean by a just cause? Jiang Yuan's tone was even, yet each word struck with force. In all uses of arms, legitimacy comes first. If the cause is just, the soldiers' morale rises and the people give their support. If the cause is unjust, morale collapses and the people turn away. Therefore, before war, one must proclaim to the realm the crimes of the enemy, and declare that our side fights as an army of justice. Only then is our cause righteous, our strength unyielding, and our victories assured. Wu Yong was thunderstruck. He froze in place. A just cause. A just cause. So that was it. But why had he never thought of it before? Even the great masters of strategy had never spoken of this. At that instant, Wu Yong fell into deep thought. Gradually, his eyes lit with feverish excitement, as though he had unearthed some earth-shattering truth. Then, without warning, he threw back his head and laughed wildly, almost like a madman. The entire classroom gaped in shock. They had never seen Wu Yong lose composure like this. One by one, they exchanged bewildered glances. Jiang Xing was stunned too. He had thought Wu Yong was angry at Jiang Yuan and was about to rebuke him. But from the look of it, Wu Yong seemed impressed, captivated by Jiang Yuan's idea of a just cause. Impossible. Jiang Xing's heart churned with disbelief and frustration. There was no way Jiang Yuan had spouted something so brilliant. No, it had to be nonsense. Comforting himself with that thought, he glared at Jiang Yuan and snapped loudly, Jiang Yuan, what drivel are you spewing? What just cause? Utterly ridiculous. Since ancient times, wars have always been fought for profit. Who needs such high-sounding excuses? I say you're just, but before he could finish, Wu Yong's furious roar shook the hall. Silence, you fool. Hold your tongue. This is a strategy of profound brilliance. What do you know, you idiot? Jiang Yuan, what you just said, a just cause for war, is truly a profound insight such as I have never heard before. Wu Yong's gaze burned as he fixed his eyes on Jiang Yuan, admiration brimming within them. Such a theory could establish its own school of thought and be passed down for generations. With this military strategy, our great Zhou need not fear in bringing peace to all under heaven. He strode forward and clapped Jiang Yuan on the shoulder, his voice booming, Students, from now on you must learn from Jiang Yuan, and study his military stratagems carefully, do you understand? Yes, teacher. All the students responded in unison. Their eyes filled with respect and curiosity toward Jiang Yuan. On the surface, Jiang Yuan responded with modesty, but inside he was groaning. He had merely quoted a line from later generations, yet he never expected it to cause such a stir. This was truly beyond what he had anticipated. If this kept up, how could he possibly keep a low profile? No, he would have to be even more discreet. Thinking so, Jiang Yuan quickly said, Teacher flatters me. I dare not take such credit. This notion of a just cause for war I only happened to read in a miscellaneous book. It is not my own creation. Oh? A miscellaneous book? Wu Yong's brows rose, and he asked urgently, what book? Might I borrow it for a look? This. Jiang Yuan looked troubled, stammering, that book. That book was already used as firewood. What? Wu Yong was struck as though by lightning, standing frozen in place. His eyes widened as he glared at Jiang Yuan, as though he might swallow him whole. You wretched boy. Wu Yong trembled all over with rage, pointing at Jiang Yuan's nose, unable to form a complete sentence for a long time. Do you realize what precious military classic you burned away? You are utterly wasteful beyond belief. He pounded his chest in grief, heartbroken as if Jiang Yuan had not burned a mere book, but his very lifeblood. Teacher, please calm yourself. This student knows he was wrong. Jiang Yuan quickly bowed deeply, sincerely admitting fault. At that time I was young and ignorant, not recognizing its value. I begged teacher's punishment. Punishment? What use is punishment? Wu Yong roared, his eyes bulging with fury. That was a text that could found a school of strategy, and you burned it in one blaze. How? How can I face my ancestors? He grew more and more agitated, his eyes reddening as if he might burst into tears at any moment. Standing to the side, Jiang Xing nearly burst with joy at the sight. Huh. Jiang Yuan, you finally have your day of reckoning. Weren't you arrogant just now? Now you're being scolded like a dog by the teacher. Serves you right. He smirked gleefully, relishing Jiang Yuan's misfortune. Wu Yong, after venting his fury for some time, finally calmed down. He drew a long breath to steady himself, then said to Jiang Yuan, forget it, forget it. What's done is done. Just reflect well on your mistake. Yes, teacher. Jiang Yuan, relieved, hurried back to his seat. As he watched Jiang Yuan's retreating figure, Wu Yong's eyes flashed with a trace of complex emotion. He sighed softly, murmuring, what a pity. What a great pity. The lesson soon ended, and Jiang Yuan stepped outside, intending to get some fresh air. The rear courtyard of the martial academy was a broad open space, surrounded by flowers and trees, the scenery delightful. Strolling along the garden path, Jiang Yuan breathed in the fresh air, gradually feeling at ease again. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, Brother Jiang, please wait. Turning around, Jiang Yuan saw a young man in a green scholar's robe hurrying toward him. This man's features were delicate, his bearing refined. It was none other than Jiang Xing, son of the imperial censor. To speak of him, Jiang Xing was quite a character. Though a concubine's son, he was even more dissipated than the legitimate heir. Teasing cats and dogs, bullying men and women, there was no mischief he did not indulge in. Even within the entire censor's household, he was universally despised. One could hardly fathom how such a fellow had made it into the martial academy at all. Brother Jia? What brings you here? Jiang Yuan stopped and asked with a touch of puzzlement. Brother Jiang, what you said just now in class, that argument about a just cause for war, was truly enlightening, opening my eyes and benefiting me greatly. Jiang Xing stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute, his face brimming with admiration. Brother Jia flatters me. I was only speaking casually. Jiang Yuan returned the salute with polite formality, though inwardly his puzzlement grew. Since when had Jiang Xing shown interest in military strategy? Was he not a mere playboy? Could it be he too was hiding his talents? Brother Jiang, there is no need to be modest. Your brilliance is plain for all to see. I have a matter that confuses me, and I hope you will enlighten me. Once more, Jiang Xing bowed with courtesy so excessive it struck Jiang Yuan as bizarre. Nevertheless, Jiang Yuan waved his hand magnanimously, saying, whatever question you have, Brother Jia, speak freely. Only bear in mind that this just cause idea comes from a miscellaneous book, so if my answer is unsatisfactory, I beg your forgiveness. Not at all, not at all. Jiang Xing's eyes lit with delight. After a pause, he suddenly assumed a serious expression and said, what you said, a just cause for war, is indeed ingenious. But in practical use, it may not be so easy to apply. Oh? How do you mean? Jiang Yuan's doubts deepened. What medicine was this fellow hiding in his gourd? To tell the truth, I recently encountered a beautiful married woman. She was fair as a flower, graceful as a willow, and I was deeply captivated. Lowering his voice with a conspiratorial air, Jiang Xing continued, but since she is already wed, if I were to seize her by force, I would provoke public outrage, not to mention incur my father's wrath. So, I wish to consult Brother Jiang, how might I take her? Ahem. Under the banner of a just cause? Jiang Yuan was utterly dumbstruck. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect Jiang Xing to twist a just cause into something like this. This was simply ahem, ahem. Jiang Yuan coughed twice, masking his shock. Brother Jia, this matter is most improper, is it not? To steal away another's wife is hardly the conduct of a gentleman. Ah, Brother Jiang, you misunderstand. Jiang Xing waved his hands quickly. I am not one of those shameless wastrels. There are extenuating circumstances. Oh? I am listening. Jiang Yuan raised a brow, though he inwardly remained unconvinced. That poor woman, though married, has for a husband nothing but a brute. Jiang Xing spoke with righteous indignation, as though he himself were the champion of justice. She is beaten and abused daily, her body covered in wounds, her life wretched beyond measure. Just days ago, unable to endure further, she came to me for aid, begging me to deliver her from misery. Seeing her so pitiful, my heart could not bear it. That is why I thought of taking her. Well, you know. Into my household. Brother Jiang, tell me, does this not count as a just cause? What? Are you serious? Snatching someone else's wife, and you still want to make it sound righteous? The corner of Jiang Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. He really thought Jiang Xing must be joking with him. But when he saw the seriousness in the other man's eyes, he could only try to keep a calm tone and say, Brother Jia, this matter. I'm afraid it requires further consideration. After all, you and I are both scholars, our conduct should be guided by propriety and righteousness. How about this? I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. After saying that, Jiang Yuan turned to go. He really didn't want to get tangled up in this ridiculous topic any longer. But Jiang Xing was relentless, quickly stepping forward to block his way. Brother Jiang, wait. I truly am serious about this matter. After class today, I've arranged a banquet at Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Please do me the honor of attending. At that time, we can discuss this in detail, and I ask that you lend me your counsel. What do you say? This. Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment but finally nodded. Truth be told, he ought to start integrating himself into the circle of noble sons and playboys. That way, whether it was gathering intelligence or developing business in the future, things would be much easier. All right then. Since Brother Jia is so sincere, it would be discourteous of me to refuse. Excellent. Then it's settled. Jiang Xing was overjoyed, cupping his hands in farewell before leaving with a cheerful tune on his lips. Watching his back disappear, Jiang Yuan furrowed his brows tightly. Was Jiang Xing truly a frivolous libertine, or was it all an act? What exactly was the purpose behind today's behavior? Could it be he really had his eye on some married beauty and wanted to take her away? That couldn't be right. With Jiang Xing's status and position, what kind of woman couldn't he find? Why would he need to covet another man's wife? Unless there was some hidden story behind it all? Jiang Yuan couldn't make sense of it, so he decided to stop thinking about it. When the time came, he would simply adapt to the situation. Time passed quietly, and classes at the Martial Academy continued as usual. But Jiang Yuan, sitting silently in the corner, might as well have been invisible. He didn't want to stand out anymore. All he wanted was to quietly be a transparent man. Dong, the melodious chime rang, signaling the end of class. Jiang Yuan slowly stood, ready to leave, but Jiang Xing's voice came from behind him. He strode quickly to Jiang Yuan's side, warmly insisting, "Come on, let's head to Drunken Immortal Pavilion. We haven't finished discussing earlier matters yet." Jiang Yuan, helpless, could only follow Jiang Xing out of the academy. Drunken Immortal Pavilion, situated in the most prosperous district of the capital, it was one of the most frequented establishments by nobles and officials. The place glittered with gold and jade, carved beams, and painted rafters, a dazzling display of luxury. Even before entering, one could smell the rich aroma of wine and dishes wafting out. The sharp-eyed waiter at the door immediately recognized Jiang Xing as a regular patron and hurried forward enthusiastically. "Honored guests, please come in." Jiang Xing, familiar with the place, casually instructed, "Arrange for us a private room by the window, and bring out all of your signature dishes." "Right away, sirs." "Please, this way upstairs." The waiter led them to a private room on the second floor, which offered a clear view over the lively street below. "Brother Jiang, please sit." Jiang Xing invited Jiang Yuan to take a seat, then personally poured him a cup of tea. "Have a taste, this is the finest Longjing. Ordinary folk would never get to drink it." Jiang Yuan took the cup, gently sipped, and felt a refreshing fragrance spread through his mouth, lingering pleasantly. "Excellent tea." "Haha. As long as Brother Jiang likes it." Jiang Xing laughed heartily, then leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Brother Jiang, given the bond between us, I won't hide it from you any longer. The woman I mentioned this morning, she is here right now." Jiang Yuan froze, suspicion flashing in his eyes. But Jiang Xing took the initiative, leading him to the window, pointing toward a street stall below. "See that tofu stall? That woman there, she's the one I've set my heart on." Jiang Yuan followed his gaze and saw a plainly dressed woman in coarse clothes, quarreling with a burly man. Though dressed simply, her beauty and graceful figure were unmistakable. Even from afar, one could sense the fragile and helpless aura she carried. She is indeed a rare beauty. But it seems she's quarreling with someone. Jiang Xing was briefly stunned, then leaned forward to look more carefully. When he recognized the man, he frowned. Zhang the butcher? Why has he come to the stall in broad daylight? Suppressing his doubt, he began to explain. "Brother Jiang, you may not know. That woman's name is Madame Shi. She makes her living selling tofu here. But fate has been cruel, she married that butcher. The man spends his days drunk and gambling, and when he loses money, he vents his anger on her. Truly pitiful. I've often bought from her stall, and gradually, we've become acquainted. She has often confided in me about her suffering, begging me to help her. Seeing her so miserable, I couldn't bear it. That's why I came to seek your advice." Jiang Yuan was startled. He had assumed Jiang Xing only lusted after Madame Shi's beauty and wanted to take her by force. But now, it seemed the matter was not so simple. "Brother Jia, have you truly thought this through? This is no small matter. Once you act, there will be no turning back." Jiang Xing nodded firmly, his face resolute. "I have thought it through. I cannot just stand by and watch her suffer. I must save her. Even if I must pay the greatest price, I will not hesitate." Seeing the determination in his eyes, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but feel a surge of respect. Who would have thought this seemingly carefree dandy actually had such loyalty and compassion? "Very well. Since you've decided, I'll lend you my help. But this must be carefully planned, not rushed into." "Good. Then I'll follow your lead, Brother Jiang." Jiang Xing laughed loudly, then raised his cup. "Come, Brother Jiang, let me toast you. And please, do explain in detail how can this just cause be applied? I truly cannot think of a way to make it proper and righteous to take Madame Shi." Jiang Yuan set down his teacup, pondering for a moment before replying. "This matter is both difficult and simple. The key lies in whether you can seize upon the husband's faults. Here's what you should do: send some men immediately to investigate Madame Shi's husband. If things are as you've described, then he surely has plenty of dirt to uncover. It can be done like this." Jiang Xing seemed to grasp something, immediately waved his hand, and ordered his men to investigate the matter. But he still couldn't understand. Even if they found out the truth, what good would it do? After all, that man was Shisher's husband, while he himself was just an outsider. Jiang Yuan saw that Jiang Xing's brows were still tightly furrowed, and knew the other hadn't yet caught his true meaning. After pondering briefly, he took the initiative to explain. "Brother Jia, think carefully. This butcher Zhang bullies Lady Shi precisely because he is her husband. If you can uncover some dirt on Butcher Zhang and force the two of them to divorce, then whatever you wish to do afterward will be perfectly justified, won't it?" When Jiang Xing heard these words, the gloom on his face began to lift. The more he thought about it, the more brilliant the idea seemed. And even his mood brightened. This brother Jiang was truly no ordinary man. So this is what it means to awaken a dreamer with a single phrase. Thinking so, he quickly raised his teacup toward Jiang Yuan. Brother Jiang, your words are like a thunderclap awakening me from slumber. I admire you greatly. Come, I drink to you. Jiang Yuan smiled faintly and was just about to raise his teacup when suddenly, a noisy commotion rose from downstairs. What's going on? Jiang Yuan frowned slightly, while Jiang Xing had already leaned out the window. At Lady Xi's stall below, a crowd of townsfolk had gathered. In the middle of them, a burly man had his hand clamped around Lady Xi's throat, his face twisted in rage. Damn you, you cheap whore. I just went out for a drink, and you dare put a green hat on me? Watch me beat you to death today. With that, he raised a palm as broad as a fan and swung it toward her face. Jiang Xing could no longer contain himself, and shot to his feet, about to rush out. Brother Jia, wait. Jiang Yuan grabbed his arm, speaking sternly, the time is not right. Wait a little longer. Not the right time? Jiang Xing was so anxious he was sweating, his words tumbling out faster than usual. If we keep waiting, she'll be beaten to death. Can't you see? Her face is already turning blue. But Jiang Yuan pointed downstairs, where the crowd was swelling ever larger. Butcher Zhang wouldn't dare kill in broad daylight. And the onlookers won't stand idly by either. If you truly want to save Lady Xi from this misery, then do as I say. Hesitation flickered across Jiang Xing's face, but Jiang Yuan gave him no time to waver. He continued to instruct, send a few sharp-tongued men into the crowd to stir things up. Tell them that this brute often beats Lady Xi, even forced her to sell her body to pay debts. In short, make it sound as tragic as possible. Whatever stirs the most outrage, say it. This. Very well. I'll see it done. Today we must pull Lady Xi from the fire pit. Jiang Xing clenched his fists unconsciously, gave Jiang Yuan a hasty bow, and rushed out. Jiang Yuan stood by the window, watching the growing chaos below, the corner of his lips curling into a cold smile. Below, Lady Xi's stall was already surrounded. The burly butcher Zhang was being berated on all sides. What kind of man hits his wife like that? Exactly, are you even worthy of being called a man? Look at her face, how pitiful. The more he heard, the angrier butcher Zhang grew. He yanked Lady Xi's hair, snarling viciously, all your fault, you slut whoring around and disgracing me. Today I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Come, I'll drag you to the pleasure bureau and sell you. You'll serve men for the rest of your life. At these words, Lady Xi screamed in terror, struggling desperately, no, I won't. I haven't betrayed you, truly I haven't. Please, I beg you. Spare me. Spare you? Dream on. Butcher Zhang sneered, dragging her away. At that moment, a furious shout cut through the noise. Stop right there. Jiang Xing shoved through the crowd, stepping forward. He glared at Butcher Zhang, rebuking loudly, in broad daylight, you dare torment a defenseless woman? Do you think there is no law? Law? I'm disciplining my wife. What's that got to do with the law? Butcher Zhang was unafraid, his arrogance only growing. This is my family's business. None of your damn concern. Who the hell are you to meddle in my affairs? Jiang Xing trembled with rage, his eyes falling on Lady Xi's swollen, bruised face. A flash of pity crossed his gaze. You're nothing but a bully of women. How could such a kind-hearted woman ever betray you? It's clearly you who've sunk into shameful dealings, drowning in debt, and now you want to sell her off to pay for it. You spew nonsense. Struck to the quick, Butcher Zhang was beside himself with fury, lunging at Jiang Xing. I'll tear your lying mouth apart. Presumptuous. Several guards behind Jiang Xing surged forward, blocking the attack. Seeing the tide turn against him, a chill stabbed Butcher Zhang's gut. He shot Lady Xi a venomous glare. That damned sludge's gone and hooked up with some rich nobleman. So be it. If she's going to fetch a price, then I'll make it a high one. But to sell her dearly, I'll have to play this smart. His eyes flickered with a sudden scheme, and he began trembling dramatically. He gasped for breath, eyes bloodshot, and shouted at Jiang Xing, "I see it now. This whore has latched onto you, that's why she's so defiant. Everyone look. This pair of shameless adulterers, flaunting their sin and oppressing an honest man. With the power of the wealthy, ordinary folk like us have no way to live." The words hit home, and suddenly Jiang Xing became the focus of every gaze. Suspicion flickered in the eyes of the crowd. Cold sweat trickled down Jiang Xing's back. Though he was the son of a censor, he could not silence the murmurs of the masses. And the honor of the Jia family was at stake. Just then, a cool voice rose from behind the crowd, "Adulterers? Isn't it obvious you just want to sell your wife for a good price? Butcher Zhang. You do know how to keep your accounts. A pity you're not a bookkeeper instead." As the words fell, Jiang Yuan stepped forward to stand before Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing looked at him with heartfelt gratitude. He never expected Jiang Yuan would step in personally. Butcher Zhang's face darkened. He glared at Jiang Yuan and barked, "And who the hell are you? What business is this of yours?" "Ah, I get it, you must be the adulterer's hired helper. What, are you two planning to rob me out right now? Don't you slander me. I'm just here to collect a debt. Speaking of which, you, Butcher Zhang, owe the gambling house 100 taels of silver. When do you plan to pay it back?" As Jiang Yuan spoke, he pulled out an IOU from his robe. On the paper were Zhang's full name and a fingerprinted signature. The reason Jiang Yuan hadn't revealed himself immediately was because he had been waiting for this very IOU. After all, with such a beautiful wife, who would willingly sell her to a brothel? Clearly, this Butcher Zhang must have been desperate for money. The moment Jiang Yuan showed the IOU, the crowd's opinion shifted again. So that's how it is. I knew this Zhang fellow was no good. Selling such a beautiful wifey's downright heartless. This madam, she is truly pitiful. How did she end up with such a man? Alas. Hearing the murmurs, Zhang's face went pale. He had indeed borrowed from the gambling house, but how on earth had the IOU ended up in Jiang Yuan's hands? Where did you get that IOU? Are you stupid? Of course I bought it back from the gambling house. Jiang Yuan shot him a disdainful look. For this gambling addict who would even sell his wife, Jiang Yuan felt nothing but contempt. Now, you have two choices. Either I take this to the authorities, and you pay back what you owe, or, you and Madam Xi sign a divorce agreement and part ways cleanly. Zhang froze for a moment, then gave Jiang Yuan a long look before suddenly bursting into loud laughter. Ha ha ha. So that's what this is all about. You've gone through all this trouble just because you want this woman, eh? Don't dress it up in noble words. 1,000 taels of silver, and she's yours. And let me tell you, didn't even think about paying a single coin less. 1,000 taels? Jiang Xing immediately frowned. Though he was the illegitimate son of a censor, he spent lavishly in daily life and certainly didn't have that kind of money on hand. As for borrowing from Jiang Yuan, well, the latter's situation seemed even worse than his, so he was too embarrassed to ask. Seeing Jia's hesitation, Zhang became smug. What's the matter? Can't afford it? If you can't, then stop embarrassing yourselves here. Still dreaming of playing the hero and saving the beauty? Pa. You. Jia's face turned dark with anger, yet he was powerless. At that moment, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle aloud. The sudden laugh stunned everyone. The crowd looked at him strangely, unable to understand why he was laughing. Zhang's anger flared. He glared at Jiang Yuan and shouted, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at how utterly stupid you are." Jiang Yuan's expression hardened, his voice cold. "Do you really think you can sell her? Dream on. Let me tell you this, if you dare sell her today, I guarantee you won't see a single coin. In fact, you'll end up rotting in jail for years. You." Zhang was choked speechless, but Jiang Yuan pressed on, "What? Don't believe me? Go on then, try it. If you truly have the guts to sell her, I won't even stop you." Saying this, he pulled Jiang Xing aside. Jia looked at him anxiously, about to speak, but Jiang Yuan interrupted in a low voice, "Don't worry, I have a plan." Though confused, Jia chose to trust him. From the moment they met, Jiang Yuan had never acted without confidence. Meanwhile, Madame She had fallen into despair once more. She pleaded tearfully with her husband, "Please, don't sell me. I'll serve you faithfully from now on. I'll never anger you again." "Bah! You wretched woman. Begging now? Too late." Zhang spat on her, grabbed her hair, and began dragging her toward the door. "Today I will sell you, no matter what." Madame She screamed in terror, struggling desperately, but she was no match for his strength. Just then, Jiang Yuan's voice rang out again, "Butcher Zhang, it seems you truly hold the law in contempt. In that case, constables, you may take him away now." The moment he spoke, the crowd rippled in surprise. Several constables in uniform pushed their way through the onlookers. The head constable swept his gaze over the scene before fixing it on Zhang. "Butcher Zhang, you are accused of attempting to sell your wife. You will come with us to the yamen at once." "What?" Zhang felt as if thunder had struck his skull. Never in his wildest dreams had he thought constables would actually appear. "No. I didn't. I never sold her." He scrambled to explain, but his words rang hollow. "Whether you did or not, it isn't for you to say." The constable's tone was icy, his eyes sharp. "You'll return with us. The truth will be determined in court." With a wave of his hand, the constables rushed forward, pinning Zhang to the ground. "Let go of me. Let me go." He struggled frantically, shouting, "This is tyranny. You're abusing your power. I'll sue you all." "Tyranny?" Jiang Yuan sneered. "Butcher Zhang, you really do know how to twist things. Let me remind you, according to Great Zhou law, selling your wife is punishable by 3 years in prison and a fine of 100 taels. Now that you're caught, you're only reaping what you sowed. As for tyranny? Hey, you don't even qualify to use that word. You." Zhang trembled with rage, pointing at Jiang Yuan but unable to form a single coherent sentence. "Take him away," the constable ordered impatiently. His man began dragging Zhang off. But to everyone's surprise, Jiang Yuan suddenly stepped forward and blocked their path. "Please wait a moment, officers. I have a few words to say to Butcher Zhang." The constable frowned at being interrupted. Interfering with official duties was a serious crime. Normally he'd have kicked the man aside without hesitation. But this was Jiang Yuan. Reluctantly, he asked, "Master Jiang, what is it now?" Jiang Yuan, of course, knew full well that Zhang hadn't yet completed the sale. If he were hauled to court, at worst he'd be detained for a few days before being released. Since he was helping Jiang Xing, Jiang Yuan intended to resolve the problem once and for all. So he gave a small smile, discreetly pressing a 50-tael note into the constable's hand. The man's face transformed instantly, breaking into a broad grin. "Master Jiang, whatever you need, just say the word." Jiang Yuan nodded, satisfied. Truly, the power of silver was unstoppable. "Captain, while this man is contemptible, he hasn't yet sold his wife. To arrest him now may not strictly conform to the law." The constable blinked in confusion. "Wait, what? Wasn't it you who called us to arrest him? Why the sudden change of tune?" But Jiang Yuan pressed on calmly, "Would it be possible to let me speak with Butcher Zhang a little longer, perhaps persuade him to mend his ways?" At last, the constable understood. He had been paid, after all, so he wasn't about to argue. Turning to his men, he barked, "You two, bring the prisoner before Master Jiang. He wishes to persuade him back onto the right path." The constables looked bewildered, but obeyed. Zhang's heart sank, realized then that the constable had sold him out. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan waved the IOU once more before Zhang's eyes. "You see how things stand. Sign the divorce papers, and your debt will be erased. If you're dragged into the yamen, you know exactly what awaits you." Butcher Zhang's body trembled. He immediately realized that Jiang Yuan had done this on purpose. This guy had been planning against him all along. At this thought, he cast a venomous glare at Jiang Yuan. Still, he wasn't a fool. He knew the saying, commoners do not fight against officials. So, gritting his teeth, he said, isn't it just a divorce letter? I've long since had enough of this woman. Sign? Fine, I'll sign. Was afraid of who? Jiang Yuan gave a faint smile, pulled out a sheet of paper from his robe, and handed it to Butcher Zhang. Butcher Zhang took it, and sure enough it was a divorce agreement already written out. He shot Jiang Yuan a vicious look, then picked up the brush and scrawled his name before stamping it with his handprint. Now are you satisfied? He flung the divorce paper back at Jiang Yuan, then turned on his heel and left. His departing figure was steeped in desolation and disgrace. The surrounding townsfolk booed loudly, pointing at Butcher Zhang and mocking him. Butcher Zhang acted as if he hadn't heard, quickening his pace until he disappeared into the crowd. Many thanks to young Master Jiang and young Master Jia for coming to my aid. Madam, she bent gracefully to the ground in a deep bow, her voice brimming with gratitude. There's no need for ceremony. Jiang Yuan waved his hand dismissively and said, this was Brother Jia's idea. If you wish to thank someone, thank him. Hearing this, Jiang Xing hurried forward to help Madam Xi up. Miss, there's no need for this. It was simply what I ought to do. You and I are acquainted. If I could help, then I had to. Madam, she was supported back to her feet. She raised her head, looking at Jiang Xing with eyes filled with complex emotions. Young Master Jia, I am grateful for your kindness, but I cannot accept it. Why not? Jiang Xing froze, unable to stop himself from asking, you're free now. Do you still wish to return to that hellhole? No, that's not what I mean. Madam, she shook her head, her gaze steady with newfound resolve. I only mean that I cannot accept your help without repayment. I must give something back. Repay me? Jiang Xing frowned, puzzled. You're just a frail woman. How could you possibly repay me? Madam, she gave a bitter smile. Tears welled in her eyes, but she forced them not to fall. Though I am weak, I still know the saying, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring. Your immense kindness to me, I cannot leave unrequited. I can only. She bit her lip hard, as if making up her mind. I can only serve you at your side, pouring tea, making your bed warm just to repay your grace. All I ask is that when you tire of me, you set me free. Her voice broke into sobs by the end, and tears finally streamed down her cheeks. Jiang Xing was stunned. He never imagined Madam she would say such words. He opened his mouth, wanting to explain, wanting to tell her that he was sincere, that he was not lusting after her beauty, but that he truly liked her. Yet, as he looked at her tear-streaked face, he found himself unable to speak. Because he knew she would not believe him. And indeed, how could a woman who had suffered so much misery ever trust a man's sweet promises? Jiang Yuan watched silently, sighing inwardly. Now he was certain Jiang Xing truly liked Madam Xi. But Madam Xi might never believe it. If Jia wished to win her heart, he still had a long road ahead. So be it. Since I've come this far, I'll see it through. I'll lend a final hand today. Madam Xi, would you be willing to work at Chuanfeng Pavilion? At these words, both Madam Xi and Jiang Xing were startled. Madam Xi's face turned pale. She thought Chuanfeng Pavilion was still the brothel it once was. Was she to leave one den of wolves only to fall into another tiger's lair? Jiang Xing was also confused. He looked at Jiang Yuan in puzzlement, not understanding his intentions. Seeing their expressions, Jiang Yuan quickly explained, Chuanfeng Pavilion has been changed into a textile workshop. It is no longer a place of pleasure and debauchery. If you go there, it will be to do needlework, not to sell your body. Of course, it is entirely voluntary. If you're unwilling, I won't force you. Upon hearing this, Madam Xi finally breathed easier. Yet hesitation still lingered on her face, uncertain what choice to make. Jiang Xing immediately spoke up, Madam Xi, you don't need to go there, I will provide for you. From now on, in my household, you'll live in comfort, free from want. I will see that you enjoy a good life. Madame Xi's heart warmed at his words. She looked at Jiang Xing, thought carefully, then shook her head firmly. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Jia. But I wish to work at Chuanfeng Pavilion. Why? Jiang Xing grew anxious, his words tumbling out quickly. If you go there, won't you have to toil, expose yourself to the public again? I don't want you to suffer. I want you to live well. But Madame Xi had already made her decision. Her voice was resolute as she shook her head. Young Master Jia, I know you are a good man. But I cannot go on living from another's charity. I wish to rely on my own two hands to earn clean money, and live the life I want. And besides at Chuanfeng Pavilion, I can help young Master Jiang as well. That way, I can repay both of you. Jiang Yuan nodded in approval. He knew that while Madame Xi appeared delicate, her nature was proud and unyielding. She would not accept being someone's pet, nor a canary kept in a gilded cage. She wished to build her future with her own hands. Very well. Since you've decided, Rower, take Madame Xi to Chuanfeng Pavilion and let her get familiar with the place. Jiang Rower nodded, stepped forward, and said softly, Sister, come with me. Madame Xi gave Jiang Yuan a grateful glance, then followed Jiang Rower away. Jiang Xing watched her fading figure, his heart filled with loss and confusion. Brother Jiang, why did you do that? You knew I liked her. Why would you send her to Chuanfeng Pavilion? Exactly because I know you like her, that's why. Jiang Yuan patted Jiang Xing's shoulder, speaking earnestly, Madame Xi is no ordinary woman. She will never easily accept another's charity. If you truly like her, then you must move her heart, not merely claim her body. What you must do now is respect her choice, support her decision, and let her see your sincerity. Only then can you truly win her affection. Jiang Xing listened, nodding slowly in realization. At last, he understood how childish and laughable his earlier thoughts had been. Brother Jiang, I understand now. Thank you for your guidance. I know what I must do. Good. As long as you understand. Jiang Yuan nodded. He was about to speak further when a sudden rush of frantic footsteps approached. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. One of the workers from Chuanfeng Pavilion ran up in panic, his face pale with fear. What happened? Jiang Yuan's brows furrowed, an ominous feeling rising in his chest. Young Master Jiang, it's terrible, a disaster. Chuanfeng Pavilion. Chuanfeng Pavilion has been smashed apart.